from WIP. He might start doing stuff with us.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's looking to do like some part-time like production work. So we might have him do like our producing stuff for that, for just the YouTube shows.
Did you see Seth's post-game show?
No. Dude, I watched no post game after that game because of the fucking weather delay.
If you look it up, it's the same people or it's the same production as Joe.
Yeah.
Because he's using the same team. The guy Rob, I forget his last name. He does NFL films.
Who, Ellis?
No, this guy just.
hits that homer, and you guys are.
I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app.
Somebody said that's like one place in Upper Town.
Welcome aboard a Monday edition of the Sports Bash live at the Fanatic Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. Peachy, my on-site producer. Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort studios. You out there. Well, the first Sunday of football is in the books. We've got so much to react to. What a fun weekend. Football back. Football tonight. Phillies weekend marred by an injury in yesterday's game. Now, how many people actually focused in on the Phillies yesterday? I actually saw the play happen. I was watching the Phillies game live when it happened.
I did too. I saw that.
Monday Night Football last night, a thrilling game, awesome game. We just had a guy here who said, I hate sports, I don't watch any football, nothing. He said, but I wanted to try to give football a chance, and I turned into the Eagles game, and I saw a guy spit on somebody, and I turned it off.
Oh, that's where okay. I thought
he was
talking
turned
about
off by
last
the
night's
fact that Jalen Carter spit on somebody, so he turned the game off. So I said, well, if you never watched a football game before and you want to try to get into football, watch the game from last night. Give that game a chance, and then next Monday when we're back here, let me know what you thought. That game was epic last night. So much fun back and forth. I don't know. I watched. I'm not a red zone guy. Now, did you stick to the guns of no red zone with the commercials?
I did. I bought the ticket.
You want Sunday ticket?
Yes, I have the ticket.
Wow.
So if anyone out there wants to split it with me, I got my credentials. I can send it off to you. We can split.
So you end up going ticket.
Yep.
Is that a last-minute decision? Like, I can't watch this Giants-Commanders game.
Sunday at about 12:30.
You just couldn't hang in there.
No. Well, that Giants game was terrible.
It was terrible, but I watched the whole game, and what it gave me was a good feel. Like, I think the Commanders, the Giants' offense is terrible, but I think the Commanders are a team that we were waiting to see who they were from last year to this year. And I think that team did a nice job against a good Giant defense. That Giant defense is good. And Washington, I think, is a team that has maybe taken a jump. We'll see.
Defensively, too, Washington looks very good defensively.
The Giants are really bad
Russell Wilson probably needs to retire.
Yeah, the Giants are really bad offensively. I will say that. Oh, by the way, Brian Daboll has announced that Russell Wilson will start this week against the Cowboys for the Giants. But I don't know. I watched that whole game. And then I watched Lions-Packers, and we saw a lot of deficiencies in the Lions, obviously. They did not look good. So if you just watched those two games yesterday, you got a pretty good feel of the Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, the Rams, the Packers. And then on my second TV, I have NFL Game Day on NFL Network. Okay. So everybody watches the Red Zone, but NFL Game Day literally does pretty much the same thing.
They do like a whip around.
Yeah, they just literally go to whatever game's got something going on, and they just go to it. I don't know why anybody would need the Red Zone. It's asinine. Right. It doesn't make any sense to me that anybody would spend money on the Red Zone when the NFL Game Day Network, NFL Game Day Live on NFL Sundays. If you go to NFL Network, they literally just put essentially a different version of the Red Zone on.
Do they have guys analyzing?
I don't usually put the sound on.
Plays? Oh, okay.
I guess so. I don't. I imagine there's somebody talking, or do they just go to the play-by-play? I don't know, but I had that on the second TV. Once the Phillies game was over, I put the problem with that is at 4 o'clock, there's only 3 games. So the game that's on my television is the game that's on NFL Game Day Live for
right
half the time because it's Lions-Packers. So that's kind of the game. And then they had Seahawks, San Fran.
And that Lions-Packers game wasn't all that interesting either.
Yeah, Denver and who did Denver play yesterday? Denver played
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Right,
yes.
Yeah.
So those are only the 3 games. But, yeah, they had that. Now, someone texted in that basically they didn't even notice the commercials yesterday. I think they said in the whole 7 hours of the Red Zone yesterday there was only 1 minute of commercials in 7 hours.
Yeah, right.
And you said, no, I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it because, again, I'm going to draw a line in the sand. I'm going to plant my flag, and I'm not going to give in and justify it.
That sounds stubborn.
It may be stubborn, but I want my 7 hours of commercial-free football, and I'm not getting it anymore.
The Red Zone felt like it always does. Still a great experience, Big Al from Vineland. Red Zone is free if you have Comcast. I don't have Comcast.
I do have Comcast.
I have YouTube. You do?
Yeah, I do.
You get Red Zone for free?
Yeah.
Yet you didn't watch it.
I won't watch it.
And you spent money on the.
Yes.
Oh, man.
I won't
Now
do
it. But you just spent how much on the Sunday ticket?
I got a discount on it.
Still, you
about
got it for
$300.
free, the Red Zone.
I won't do it, man.
Hey, stick to your guns on that.
Yeah.
For everybody out there, though, you can watch NFL Network Game Day Live. Josh, do you watch Game Day Live, or are you a Red Zoner?
I half and half. So yesterday, I primarily was going back and forth between the Giants game and the Jets-Steelers game. But then at halftime, I flipped over to Red Zone to see if there was a commercial on. I never saw a commercial the entire time I watched Red Zone. And then I flipped back.
But I'm like you too, though. I like to get into a flow of a game and watch a game and not just watch a highlight.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
like
crazy is that the Jets-Steelers game was arguably the game of the day before Sunday night. I mean, that game was captivating second-half action.
It was, and that game was back and forth. I actually was listening to that game on the radio for a little bit over on our sister station, Rock 104.1. They had the Steelers-Jets game on, so I was in on that game over there. On 97.3, we had the Giants and Commanders, and our sister station had the Steelers and the Jets. And it was Sal Palantonio and Steve Levy on the call on that one. And I was like, man, these guys got a great game.
Just want to show you just shows you how much love we have for the New York people around here. We all can't stand the Dallas fans, but we take care of our New York fans around here on 97.3.
We play a lot of Dallas games when the Eagles aren't on. Next weekend, this weekend coming up, I mean, you're going to have Dallas and
Giants,
right?
Giants are still involved, though.
Well, I mean, there's a game coming up. I know it's Cowboys-Bears that we'll have on the radio in a couple. Whenever Dallas plays like the 4 o'clock game and the Eagles play the 1, we generally go from Eagles to Cowboys. True. Or, we try to keep it in the NFC East for the most part because those are the teams that people are kind of paying attention to. But that being said, it was a great to have Sunday football back. I had the Phillies game on. I was in on the Phillies game. I had Phillies on the main TV with the Giant Washington game on the second TV. That's the way that I went. And so I'm watching the Phillies game, and obviously it's a frustrating game. You got Tyler Phillips, former Philly, shutting the Phillies down, which somebody messaged me. Oh, this is your daily reminder that the Phillies gave him up for cash. And I said, yeah, I don't have any problem. Where is Tyler Phillips fitting in with this team? Seriously. I mean, is that a real comment?
He's been coming out of the bullpen most of the year. Yesterday was one of the few times he started all year. He actually they said during the broadcast that Phillips purposely had to come out of the bullpen because he said he wasn't comfortable going into the dugout, getting cooled, and then coming back onto the field.
Well, he was closing for them, and they had that whole weird thing where he was slapping himself in the face.
Right, I saw that.
He was coming out of the bullpen. He was closing for him. He's had a nice year for them, by the way.
He comes out, too, Stone Cold Steve Austin's.
He does.
Glass breaking.
By the way, he was here, and you never saw any of this personality out of him.
Nope.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Do we blame
Rob Thompson for that?
I mean, this guy, it's daily reminder the Phillies gave up Tyler Phillips for cash. And I said, well, first off, this is the first reminder that I've gotten, and I really don't have an issue with that decision. You're okay with the Phillies giving away talent so they can keep Joe Ross, Romano, Ruiz, Hoffman, Hernandez, Michael Mercado? I can keep going. To which I said, I kind of see him in line with those guys.
Exactly.
Tyler Phillips is here.
Tyler Phillips has 47 appearances this year, only one start. He has a 3.16 ERA.
Which is pretty good.
It's solid. It's good. It's not like, oh, my God, I can't believe we gave up this guy.
No, but a 3.16 ERA. My problem, like I said, to which I said to him, he's been a nice story. His strikeouts per 9, not very good. He's got
horrible.
60-some innings pitched. He's only got 40 strikeouts.
He has 46 strikeouts and 68 in the third innings.
Yeah, his numbers are kind of mirage-y. I said he fits in nicely where he is. He's the guy who's the closer on the bad team, or he's the guy that's excelling on the bad team. He was here last year. He was horrible. If the Phillies would have kept pitching that guy, people would have complained. What are you doing with this guy? Look, listen, I get it. They missed on Romano. They missed on Joe Ross. Tyler Phillips is not helping this team out. That being said, that's not the story of the game. I just thought it was interesting that someone said it's your daily reminder, to which I said I don't remember being reminded about Tyler Phillips at all this season. neither here nor there. The big story in the game yesterday is obviously that Trea Turner ends up getting hurt. And this is a major story. This is a major story. And if it doesn't happen on a football Sunday, it's probably double panic mode right now. Because the last time that Trea Turner had a hamstring strain, he missed 6 weeks. Well, if you didn't notice, 6 weeks from now, we're going to be in the middle of October.
Yeah.
And that means there's a good possibility if this injury is the same injury that he sustained a year ago, that he will not play in the playoffs.
And it's not a good sign that he was the one who took himself out immediately.
He knew right away.
Immediately.
And he said, I am.
He walked off the field and went right down the tunnel.
Exactly. He knew immediately. Trea Turner, post-game, this is what he said about the hamstring injury and what he thinks about moving forward. Take a listen.
Yeah, just kind of grabbing on me. Didn't feel good. Just felt like if I could have kept going, I would have. Not, get out of there and try to limit the damage, to be honest with you. I know I got an MRI tomorrow, try to figure it out, and hopefully better, hopefully not as bad as that, but a little sore now, and try to get back as fast as you can and get ready for that last little stretch, and then hopefully, a good postseason push.
Not good. He knew right away. He said, if I could have tried, I would. Didn't even try. He hit the bag and went right to the dugout. In fact, so much so that there was some conversation on whether or not he was out because he never went back to the base. He never even tried to go back to the base. He ran through the bag and then peeled off and went right to the dugout. This is not good at all. And he said it. He knows he's missing time. And he said he's sore now. Like in that conversation right there, he said, I'm a little sore right now. And he is frustrated. Take a listen.
I mean, it's never a good time, really, but yeah, like you said, having stuff like something like this late is not fun, and when these games obviously really matter, you need to be out there, and just kind of more so frustrated probably with that than anything is come down the stretch and playing in big games and not being able to be out there. So hopefully it's not too many, and we'll see.
4 against the Mets, 3 coming up against the Dodgers. Big games, he's going to miss them. He's not playing in this series. There's no way.
No way.
And he's not playing in the Dodger series next week because listen to what he said about last year's hamstring issue. And I think this comment here is the red flag of all red flags. Take a listen.
That's where you trust, the training staff and trust yourself. And, last year I thought I did a pretty good job. I might have came back a little early, but did a good job managing it and put that behind me and was running good by the end of the season. So, kind of do that same thought process and lean on those guys in there and try to figure it out.
He said last year he came back early. He missed 6 weeks. And he said he thought he came back early last year. If he came back early last year and that was 6 weeks, yeeks. I don't see a way, and I hate to throw numbers on this, but I'm just saying, we're in the business of what do you guys think? What do you guys think? If there's a guy at Ocean Casino Resort says, what do you think about Turner? I feel hard-pressed that you're going to see him again in the regular season if this injury is what it was last year. Now, it looked to me, and listening to him, that he knew right away that this is not good. He knew right away that this is not good. He went through the bag, off the field, barely said a word to anybody in the dugout, and walked
that's a bad sign.
Right down because he knew. He knew, right?
Yeah.
He knew that I'm screwed. He knows he's screwed here. That's a terrible sign. So, 6.
And really, Turner's been probably their best player.
I got to be honest.
This season. I know Schwarber's got 49 homers. He's been struggling, actually. He hasn't homered since that crazy game. But Turner has been their best player this season.
He has been way better than I have given him
defensively,
credit for.
Too. Defensively, the improvements.
He is shored up defensively. I said earlier that I would get rid of his contract if I could, and I still don't think he's worth $300 million.
But this is what we were promised? Was this guy?
The guy that we've seen recently. 4 hits, a home run yesterday,
right.
Stolen bases. I think he has 30 straight stolen bases without being thrown out.
Batting title,
this is the guy.
Over 300 average.
All of that stuff is the guy that you thought you were given. Now, what I said was I would amnesty his contract because I don't think he's worth $300 million, and I still don't think he's worth $300 million. But part of the problem is this. He's 32 years old, And it's the second year in a row now he's dealing with a hamstring problem. What's his hamstrings going to be like at 33 and 34 and 35 and 36 and 37 and 38 and 39?
Sounds like A.J. Brown.
Well, for Trea Turner, this is the second year in a row this has happened to him now. And he still has, I think, like 8 years left on that deal. It's one of the reasons why I said it wasn't an indictment on him as much as the contract is just too much and too long. If I could get out of it now, I probably would. That being said, poll question at Mike Gill Show. Let's get Peachy and Josh, you guys put your votes in. If Trea Turner misses time, and it sounds like he will, who should hit leadoff for the Phillies? Your options: Schwarber, Bader, Stott, Harper.
Stott's interesting because we had that experiment earlier on this season.
He did hit leadoff earlier in the year, and for about a month he went pretty well, and then he went really bad.
Yeah.
Now, we had this debate on Saturday, Nuggets and I. Stott gets a hit, and he says, keep him in the 9-hole, to which I said, well, no one's asking for him to leave the 9-hole. What do you mean keep him in the 9-hole?
Right.
Do you hear anybody's outcries
No.
to move Stott out of the 9-hole? And
No, I think that's perfect for him.
Right, I think everybody's on the same page with, yeah, he's batting 9. No one's asking for him to move out of the 9-hole. But now this injury occurs. Stott's starting to kind of come around. Do you now feel compelled to say put him back in the leadoff spot, or do you go with Harrison Bader? Do you just put Schwarber back into that spot, or do you want to keep Schwarber where he's been an MVP candidate in the 2-hole this year, or do you want to try something outside the box and go with Harper?
I would go with Schwarber. And with Stott, real quick, he's going to have to play every day now, right? Because Sosa's going to fill in at short, most likely, and then so Stott's going to have to play every day now.
To me, this is a very easy answer. First of all,
Schwarber.
It's got to be Schwarber, not just because he's had the most experience doing it, but Pete, you just mentioned he's in this slump. Maybe the thing he needs to get out of the slump is changing his spot in the lineup.
Right.
Maybe him moving into the leadoff spot, a position that he gets hit in more than any other spot his entire career, could be the thing that kind of shake the cobwebs a little bit. One. Number two, why would you move Stott when he's hitting so well where he's at?
I wouldn't want to, but I got news for you. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Someone has to move to number 1. Someone has to be the guy that goes to that spot. So someone is getting moved, and everyone is seemingly hitting pretty well right now. I know Schwarber's in a little bit of a, funk, but, I mean, he's been your most consistent day in and day out guy for the most part. Harper, I don't see him as a real option, but just to give a fourth option and outside the box option, I put him in there. Harrison Bader, he's been a guy who's given you a little energy at the bottom of your lineup there. I don't know that you want to move him.
Could you move Bader to 2? What happens to the second hole hitter?
That's
now?
another interesting point. Do you put Bader in the 2-hole? They hit Bohm in the 2-hole on what day was Bohm? Saturday, because Turner didn't play
Turner
Saturday,
was off on
and we just
Saturday,
figured
right.
it was just a day off. They hit Bohm in the 2-hole on Saturday. So do you go back to Bohm in the 2-hole?
But we were talking last week. We like Bohm in the 8-hole.
We do. Well, we are seemingly starting to like everybody where they're kind of fitting in right now.
Which
and
it's
now,
good timing. It's great timing.
Now, I will say for Harrison Bader, in his career, okay, he has hit mostly 8th, then 9th, then 7th, then 6th. He has hit 8th, 249 games. He has hit 9th, 194 games. So Harrison Bader has essentially been an 8 and 9 hitter for most of his
He's
career.
not used to batting up in the order.
He has hit leadoff 32 times. He has hit 28 times. He's actually been really good in the 2-hole. Listen to these numbers. Batting second, Harrison Bader. 316 with a 350 on base, a 620 slug, a 973 OPS, 6 home runs, 15 RBI, and 4 stolen bases with Bader in the 2-hole.
Guys, if you told me that the lineup moving forward was going to be Schwarber, Bader, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, I wouldn't exactly be upset. You know what I mean?
JT, yeah.
JT after Marsh, I would put him. Because Marsh, you could argue, has been one of your best hitters consistently since May 1st.
I did see something today on that very thing there from our guy over at Phil's Tailgate, at Phil's Tailgate. Brandon Marsh, his numbers this season, the first 17 games, he hit .095 with 1 home run, 5 ribbies, a .220 on base percentage. In his last 101 games, Brandon Marsh, .309, .365 on base, .475 slug, 8 homers, 29 RBI. So he has really turned it around. But do those Harrison Bader numbers in the number 2 hole make anybody say, you know what, go Schwarber, Bader, Harper, JT, Marsh, basically what you've been doing the rest of the way. You're just taking Bader. He's been generally hitting number 7, and you're going to put him in the 2 spot. He hit, again, for people out there, Harrison Bader in his career is only hitting the 2 hole 28 games. That's it. But in those 28 games, he's been very productive. .316, .353 on base, 6 home runs, 15 RBI, 4 stolen bases. That's where his numbers have been in the 2 hole. But I will say, again, most of his at-bats have been either 6, 7, 8, or 9 in his career.
I think it's a good chance to kind of try it, tinker with it. I guess it depends on Turner's absence, how long he's going to be out for, because if he's going to be out for the entire season, you kind of want to stop tinkering with the lineup and get something set.
I have an outside-the-box thought, too. I talked about this on opening day. And if you notice, over at 97.3ESPN.com, I wrote an article about the Phillies promoted Aiden Miller to AAA.
Saw that.
On opening day, I predicted this. If Trea Turner missed an extended amount of time, would the Phillies use Miller as the shortstop and keep Sosa in the role that he excels in, which is the super utility player? Will the Phillies look at Miller the next week or so at AAA and then make him the shortstop? Is that a possibility? Think about it. Vote at Mike Gill Show. Who should hit leadoff right now? Did you put your vote in?
I will right now, Kyle Schwarber.
That's your vote.
That's my vote.
Right now, Kyle Schwarber, 42%. Schwarber. Harrison Bader, 28%. Bryson Stott, 23%. And only 6% think Bryce Harper should hit leadoff. What do you guys think? Text us 609-403-0973 on the text board. Also, you can vote at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show live on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. We are just getting started live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. When we return, what does Mike McGarry think about the batting lineup, and how big of a matchup is this with the Mets and the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park? It's Aaron Nola and Nolan McLean tonight. More Sports Bash coming up.
Yeah, I think Schwarber jumps to the top of their lineup. That's the easiest, smoothest move for them. And you may end up having, depending on whether it's a right-hander or a left-handed starter, you may have Harper go in the 1-2 hole, believe it or not. If there is a right-handed starter, you might have a right-hander who slides in there. Maybe it's Bohm. Perhaps it's Bohm and then Harper.
A lot of decisions to make now if Trea Turner misses extended time, which the feeling would be that he will. We're going to find out more when Rob Thompson speaks next hour. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready. This season, we are live at the Fanatic. Don't forget, this hour, it's your first chance. We are giving away a trip to go see the Eagles play on the road at MetLife Stadium against the Giants coming up for the game in October. Your first chance to enter is coming up this hour. I'll have more details for you coming up on the Sports Bash. But let's bring Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com in. Kind of an unfortunate situation, Mike, at this stage of the season, but you covered this injury last year with Trea Turner. He missed 6 weeks, and he actually said yesterday he thought he came back too early last year. Doesn't sound promising. Do you feel like Trea Turner's season could potentially be done?
Yeah, it doesn't sound promising at all to me, but right now, I mean, I guess the Phillies clubhouse opens up at 2:55, about 25 minutes from now, so we'll get some of the answers. I think that we're all dreading right now, just the way he kind of turned and quickly walked off the field. And Mike, you hit it. He missed 43 days last season. But even when he came back, he was not the same player. He was tentative at times. He looked like, seemed a little hesitant to go, to use his speed to 100% ability when he came back last year. So the question is not only is he, how much time is he going to miss, but when he does come back, is he going to be the player that we've seen the first 4 or 5 months of the season, a player who, is going to garner some MVP votes this season?
Yeah, Mike, obviously, he's been the leadoff man, and the question would become who goes into that role. You just heard what Ruben Amaro Jr. said on the Philly Show podcast. Do you just bump Schwarber up to the 1 spot and then get creative? Do you have somebody else in mind? I saw Harrison Bader's numbers as a number 2 hole hitter in his career. Very limited, only 28 games. But his numbers are very good there. 316, 6 homers, 15 RBI. Those numbers are outstanding in only 28 games. How would you foresee, and the lineup should be out here in about an hour, who moves to that leadoff spot, and then what do you do at number 2?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest thing to do in my mind is to move Schwarber up to that number 2 spot, or move him up to the leadoff spot, however. And maybe then you can drop, against right-handers. Maybe you put Bryce Harper number 2. If you want to try Harrison Bader at number 2 against lefties, I wouldn't be adverse to that. But I think you put Schwarber in the leadoff spot. This team has won with Schwarber in the leadoff spot before. Bader has traditionally been a bottom-of-the-order guy throughout his entire career. I think it might be asking a little much to move him up to the 1 hole, but you can try him 2. And you gave Bryson Stott a chance to sort of grab the leadoff spot, early in the season, and he didn't do it. And then he got hot and is comfortable now hitting down in the bottom of the order. I'd be a little worried about taking him out of his comfort zone. So to me, I put Schwarber up there and let the lineup debate begin.
I know Turner has kind of been a little bit of a whipping boy at times, but I mean, he has had you just said, he's had a WAR of like 5.5. He's probably, top 10 in the MVP conversation. And I know he maybe wasn't what everybody expected right off the jump here, but you could make a strong argument that he might be the one guy you could ill afford to lose the most because of the domino effect of everything of he plays shortstop. He's the leadoff man. He's on base all the time so that Schwarber can knock him in. I mean, how big of a loss is Turner at this stage of the season, Mike?
Yeah, it's huge. And you hit it right there. Number one, this is the Trea Turner. When they signed him to an 11-year, $300 million contract, this is the guy we've seen play this season. This is the guy the Phillies thought they were getting. It wasn't the Trea Turner of 2023. It wasn't the Trea Turner of 2024. It was the Trea Turner of this season. He leads the National League with a 305 batting average. He leads the National League with 179 hits. He's second in the National League with 36 stolen bases. And it's not only the fact that Turner won't be in the lineup, it's the domino effect, right? Now you've got to break up a very successful platoon that you've had at second base with Armando Sosa and Bryson Stott. You would assume Sosa would move over to shortstop. That means Stott would play more against lefties. So it's that sort of domino effect where you're not only weakening the shortstop position, you're weakening other positions in the lineup at the same time.
Yeah, the Trea Turner big thing, the MRI today, he said he felt grabbing in his hamstring. He said, if I could have kept going, I would have. The way that he just walked off the field, Mike, I think that kind of gives you some indication that he knows that this is not good.
Yeah, especially walks right off the field, heads straight into the clubhouse. If you saw the interview with the reporters in Philadelphia yesterday, he was already talking not if he was going to miss time, it was how much time he was going to miss. And it's such a bad injury for Trea Turner because he is a guy who relies on his legs. It's not like he's a designated hitter. It's not like he's a left fielder. He plays the most athletic position in the game, shortstop, and he's a guy who relies on his legs. So, this is a crushing blow. This is a Phillies team that has been able to, in the past, sort of survive the loss of these stars. They've survived the loss of Bryce Harper. They survived the loss of Trea Turner last year. But, you're talking about a team that's lost its number one starter in Zach Wheeler and now might, for an extended period, lose what? A guy who's, one of its two or three most important position players on the field. Boy, you just wonder how much can this team take before, they start to crack a little bit.
So if Turner goes down on the injured list, which we would assume he does, obviously Rob Thompson will talk in just a little bit here. You said Sosa will probably be the everyday shortstop there. Is there a thought in the back of your mind that they just promoted Aiden Miller to AAA and that he could be an option?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it's interesting to think of. I think it's something that they've got to think of. To me, the answer to that question is if Aiden Miller can play the position, if he can play shortstop in the major league, if he can play shortstop at a major league level, then I think about promoting him. I want to know, number one, can he do the job defensively before I even wonder about whether he can hit or not? If the Phillies think that he can play shortstop at a major league level right now, then, hey, maybe I take a shot at it. But that's my number one question. Can he play this position of shortstop defensively at a major league level right now? Then I'd worry about his hitting. If the answer is yes to that, I would honestly think about, bringing him up and seeing, what he brings to the mix over the final 3 weeks of the season.
Now, I will say last year when Turner went out with the hamstring injury, Sosa filled in at shortstop, and the team's record was actually pretty good. Sosa filled in very well at shortstop in terms of both defensively. He's a very good defensive shortstop, but he also swung the bat pretty well. But as you said, he's been playing second against left-handed pitching. I would imagine, is this an Otto Kemp situation? Like, who kind of fills that role, or do they just say, Stott, you're going to play every day now?
Yeah, I would think Stott would play every day. They might promote Otto Kemp back up here to sort of take the spot on the roster, give him a right-handed bat off the bench to sort of replacing what Sosa does right there. As far as being a right-handed bat off the bench, since he's going to be playing shortstop full-time. But yeah, again, it's the sort of weakening what you've got going. Not only do you upend the shortstop position, now you're upending second base. You're talking about weakening the team through the middle of the field where you're supposed to be at your strongest. It's just a really, really unfortunate situation for the Phillies right now, and we'll see how it plays out. The thing with Armando Sosa, he has played well in spurts. You worry about him getting overexposed if he's at shortstop on a daily basis. He's had a tendency to go into some slumps when he plays every day.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. This all happens with the Mets coming to town, and the Phillies have a 7-game lead over the Mets, but the Phillies and Mets have not gone well for the Phillies. They got swept the last time, and you get into a situation where if that happens again, there's a whole heck of a lot of domino effects. And this pitching matchup tonight, Mike, it doesn't feel good if you're the Phillies.
Yeah, it's interesting with Aaron Nola going to the mound tonight against the Mets rookie who kind of hamstrung the Phillies when he pitched against them up at Citizens Bank Park. I think it's an important game tonight just to see how Aaron Nola pitches. How does he come back from that terrible outing that he had last time. Can he be a part of the postseason rotation? He's kind of auditioning for himself right now. And I think it's a little bit of an important game for the Phillies just as far as their mojo against the Mets. The Mets, really seem to struggle against the entire league. They, however, seem to own the Philadelphia Phillies. I think the Phillies, do not want to get swept here in New York, swept here in Philadelphia. It's a 4-game series. If the Phillies take 2, I think their fans would be happy with that. All they got to do is really win 1, and they're still in control of the division.
All right, Mike. Obviously, the lead in the division is 7 games. Even if the Mets sweep here, you still have a 3-game cushion in the division here. But this is more of like a psyche thing, right? I mean, if the Mets you out, they still might not catch you. But boy, that would be a bad sign moving forward here. But we'll take a look at these pitching matchups. Nolan McLean tonight. Do you like the pitching matchups in the Phillies' favor in this particular series, though? They're not seeing any of these young guys. The 2 young guys pitched this weekend for the Mets, so you're not going to face the rest of these young guys who have kind of given the Mets staff a little shot in the arm.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think tonight's outing is extremely interesting, not only from the Nola perspective, but from the McLean perspective. The Phillies lost to McLean. They had never seen him before. Now they've seen him once at home. He's on the road. Big crowd here tonight. We'll see how he handles that sort of atmosphere. If you remember up in New York in Citi Field about 10 days ago, both Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo kind of lost their composure pitching in Citi Field. So we'll see what the young Mets starter does here against, in Philadelphia on the road before a packed house. And you're right, they are sort of avoiding those young pitches, the other 2 young pitches the Mets have. But they're still going up against Minaya and Holmes. So it'll be interesting to see, and David Peterson, who has kind of given this team trouble over the years. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, especially what the young guy does tonight and how Aaron Nola, the veteran, sort of pitching for his postseason life tonight, actually.
Crazy. It all starts tonight. It's a 4-game set. Phillies and Mets at Citizens Bank Park. It's Aaron Nola and Nolan McLean who are pitching for the Mets in this game tonight. We'll see if Nola can kind of settle the nerves. Do you think the Phillies at this point still would intend to use Nola regardless of how the rest of the season goes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an audition. I think right now, you have to go with the 3 lefties. I don't think they would need a 4th starter for the division series as long as they get the bye, and they're in good shape there with I think they got a 4-game lead over the Dodgers for the bye, so they're in good shape. 3 big games coming up in Los Angeles next week, however. Right now, I think Nola is looking at that being that 4th starter, because I don't know, even if he pitches great the next 3 or 4 outings, I don't know how you trust him if you lose that first game. And maybe if you lose that first game, you make a change and you go to one of the lefties. If you win that first game, you throw Nola in game 2 to try to break the lefties up. That might be a way to go. But I just don't see how you trust him with what you've seen from him this year if your season is on the line in a short series.
All right, let's switch quickly over to the football. Obviously, the Jalen Carter stuff, we're anticipating something today. Do you anticipate that now that this has changed a little bit? You mean you had a guy in a college game spit on a player. You had last night, Lamar Jackson shoved a kid in the stands. Them trying to hammer home this sportsmanship thing. Has all this stuff that has happened since the incident added more red flags to this that might change what the verdict would have been?
Yeah, I mean, maybe to me, Mike, maybe it increases the fine that he gets. But again, I find it, I would not think or be in favor of him being suspended only because he missed the game. He missed the entire game. Now, if this incident happened in the 3rd quarter or the 4th quarter and he was thrown out of the game, then you think, okay, maybe we'll suspend him for this week coming up. We'll get the full punishment or something like that. But he missed the entire game of the season opener. So in essence, he was suspended for that game. There's only 17 of these things. 1/17 of the season is gone and he can't perform in it. So yeah, I think the fact that he didn't play at all kind of argues in his favor for no suspension, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a hefty fine attached to Jalen Carter's name pretty soon.
All right, Mike, long season for the G-men after watching yesterday. They did announce that Russell Wilson will start next week against Dallas, but already cries for the rookie. You can't have a season like this where you're calling for the rookie every week, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, I thought I watched, every play of that game. I thought the Giants defense played well. They held Washington to 21 points. They put some pressure on Jalen Daniels. They sacked him a couple times. I thought the Giants defense lived up to the billing, and the Giants offense had opportunities, Mike. The question I would raise right now, and I know it looks bad if you shift after one game, but if Jackson Dart, if I asked you, who's going to be quarterbacking the Giants in mid-October, I think both of us would say Jackson Dart. And if that's the answer now, why wait till mid-October? Let's get the kid out there and see what he can do and start getting him experience. We all know he's going to quarterback the team at some point. It might be 4 or 5 weeks from now. Why are we waiting those 4 or 5 weeks? Let's do it now. Let's see what this kid can do. You saw Cam Ward go out, played okay out there in Denver. They almost upset Denver. You saw the young quarterbacks play last year. McCarthy's playing tonight for Minnesota. What are we doing? Because Russell Wilson, it clearly isn't the answer.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. You're right about that. And you're right. I thought the Giants defense, after the early stages, they kind of settled in. That defensive line, a lot of pressure yesterday. They just can't. Their line is terrible again.
Yeah, the offensive line did not play well. Now, in fairness to them, Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, was out, but still they have opportunities. Mike, they had the ball on the 1 yard line. They had early scoring opportunities in the red zone that they did not take advantage of. Now, the line was terrible, but is Russell Wilson too old to sort of get away from that rush? Is he too old to sort of handle that? Again, we all know Jackson Dart is going to be quarterbacking the Giants in October. Why are we waiting till October? Let's make the move now and see exactly what this kid can do.
All right, Mike, we'll catch up Wednesday. Phillies, Mets will have a couple games under their belts. This thing just got really interesting. We'll hear from Rob Thompson coming up shortly as well at AC Press McGarry on the Twitter X platform. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Thanks.
All right, there's Mike. And he is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911. Keep it locked. Your chance to enter to win a trip to see the Eagles play those Giants at MetLife Thursday Night Football. I got a pair of tickets, trip to the game, tailgate party, the whole 9 yards. That's coming up. I'll give you the details next on the Sports Bash Live. We're at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, Nick Sirianni speaks live in the 3 o'clock hour. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Bash. Don't go away. We're live on a Monday edition of the Bash. Hey, there's our contest sounder. You guys know what that means. 609 573 3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered to win a trip to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium on October the 9th. It includes transportation to the game, 2 tickets, and a full tailgate party. You must be present to win. At Maynard's in Margate, we're going to have a huge party on Wednesday, September 24th, where one lucky winner will score a bus trip for 2 to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles-Giants game. Thursday night football, MetLife Stadium. Caller number 7 right now. Good luck. 609 573 3776. Once an hour, your chance to score a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles play the New York Football Giants. You don't get too many opportunities to see the Eagles on the road and get a chance to go see the Eagles play in person, but we're hooking somebody up with a pair of tickets. Caller 7 right now, 609 573 3776. All right, coming up, we got so much more to go, including the Phillies lineup should be out here probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. And then we've also going to get the news and updates on Trea Turner. We think we're going to get an update on Jalen Carter today.
That's what I'm waiting
as
for.
well. What do you think it's going to be?
Well, the reports over the weekend, NFL is trying to really crack down on this sportsmanship stuff, right? So they might want to make an example out of Jalen Carter. If you can't have this emphasis on sportsmanship and then let a guy spit on somebody's jersey.
Well, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think all the stuff that happened this weekend with the guy getting spit on in the college game, and then last night with Lamar Jackson pushing that kid,
Yeah.
that's all plays a factor here. I mean, how do you not suspend Lamar Jackson? He literally he shoved a kid.
He did.
Two hands shoved him.
Shoved him about 2 rows, too.
It wasn't like, it was like a high school kid. You can't do that. I don't know. That's going to be tough. More Sports Bash coming up. Nick Sirianni's presser will be live coming up this hour. All right, 3 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I don't know what the lineup is, but I do know that Otto Kemp has a locker, so it looks like he will be back with the big club.
So that's going to be an IL stint for Trea Turner.
There's no question about that.
Yep.
Yeah. We know that. We know that there's going to be an IL stint coming up. It sounded terrible. Sports Bash Live, Fanatic Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You know, I got a little insights on it's going to be a big party here this weekend.
Oh, really?
Big time. You're going to want to be here this weekend. By the way, congratulations to Alex in the Villas. Alex in the Villas was our first qualifier for the tickets to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. Alex, we'll see you at Maynard's on Wednesday the 24th. You have a shot now to go see the Eagles play once an hour. Listen for that sounder to go off. But we're going to give you more bonus opportunities. Just listen throughout the show. And when I give you the cue, you have a shot to enter. But Alex in the Villas is our first qualifier. It's a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles Giants game at MetLife Stadium. It's a Thursday night football game, prime time. Bus trip, tailgate party, great tickets, and you potentially will be there. All you got to do is listen for your chance to enter, and then join us live at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday the 24th, and we'll give away a pair of tickets to one winner and a friend. You get the whole 9 yards, big shebang. Looking forward to that. Always love being at Maynard's in Margate. We always pack that place. It's always packed in that place when we go out there live.
What do you have on Phillies Karen over the weekend?
What do I have on her?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like, do I have any dirt on her?
No. What's your opinion on?
Well, I mean, obviously, her life is ruined.
Right.
I will say this:
is it overboard?
Is her life ruined in this capacity? This is so. Anybody, I'm sure you know by now. There was a woman who grabbed this gentleman.
Viral.
The home run. It was a Harrison Bader home run.
Harrison Bader. Yep.
The ball is free. Now he runs from his seat over to her section. The ball's on the ground. He emerges and he has the ball. Now she never really had the ball in her possession. She's claiming she did. She said, "You took it from me. You took it from me." Now, he brought it over to his kid whose birthday it was.
Yep.
He gives it to the kid. The kid's got to be like 8, 9, somewhere in that range. The woman comes over. She grabs the gentleman by the arm, and he gives a response that made me think of the Wig Master from the Seinfeld episode. You remember that one?
I do.
That's what I thought of when I saw his reaction when she grabbed his arm. I thought of the Wig Master episode with the when Kramer is dressed up in like the sequin jacket and he's walking down the street. So she gives him the business. The gentleman says, "Fine, you take the ball back and get out of my life."
Yep.
She left. She thought that was the end of it.
That was only the beginning.
That was the beginning. So apparently there's more video where people were giving her the business.
Yep.
And then she gave the whole area the finger.
Yep.
Then she went up to some gentleman wearing the Eagles jersey and got into his face.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Oh, yeah. There was a guy wearing an Eagles jersey. She went up to him and she was giving him the business. And then that's when she walked back and gave everybody the finger because there were some people still hounding her. Well, this is all on the television. It was on the Marlins broadcast and it was on the Phillies broadcast. So I saw somebody tweet Friday night, "Hey, NBC Philadelphia, we need to see the rest of this, what happened."
Yeah.
Well, the Phillies caught wind of it. The Marlins caught wind of it. So the Phillies end up bringing the family down after the game. They gave him a Harrison Bader signed autographed bat. The Marlins broadcast, actually on the broadcast, went to the kid and the family and gave him like a Marlins, bag. like bobbleheads and gift bags and T-shirts and hoodies and all Marlins stuff. But they did this live on the Marlins broadcast, like, "Hey, we saw what happened. We feel so bad. So here you go." Well, then the next day, I don't know how many people saw this. I wrote about this over at 973ESPN.com. CEO Marcus Lemonis. Now, I used to watch The Prophet all the time.
Okay.
Did you see this part of it?
I did see the tweet, yeah.
He owns Camping World, Bed Bath & Beyond, and, he owns businesses all over. He says, I am giving the family tickets to the World Series, and, oh, by the way, you just won an RV. Hashtag Dad of the Year. So now they have World Series tickets. They got an RV from Camping World. Well, then it further matriculated to where people were trying to find out who this woman was.
That's when it goes overboard.
And somehow people wanted her fired from her job, yada, yada, yada. It came out that, or people were insinuating that she was a teacher at Hamilton School District.
I saw that.
Well, the Hamilton School District had to put out a statement that basically said, no, she does not work here. And then they made a little funny joke at the end.
Right.
Like if they worked in our school district, they would have caught the ball or something to that extent. You can go on the website and read their comments. So she doesn't work in the Hamilton School District. Now, this lady's life is obviously ruined as she's
Steve Bartman.
But here's my question. Yes, she would be Steve Bartman if. Does she live in the area? Because she could be a transplant that lives in the Marlins area.
Yeah.
And probably nobody down there gives a rat's rear end about this.
Well, that's
situation.
the problem because Marlins don't draw any fans. You can go from section to section and steal a home run ball.
Well,
you wouldn't be able to do that at the bank.
No, I mean, obviously what happened in the situation is because there's nobody there and
Right.
he runs over. Is he out of line running from his section to her section?
That's an interesting question. You could make the case, right?
Sticking up for this woman.
I'm not defending her and her actions, but you can make the argument that, he did sprint across a section.
I don't know if he sprint. He kind of maybe fast-paced over there.
I do think a home run ball is fair game.
Well, he's doing it for his son.
He's doing it for his son.
It's different if he does it and try to get himself a foul ball, a home run.
Now, that woman, who knows, she could have a nephew that's sick. She wants the home run ball for,
Well, when
her
everybody
son.
was heckling her,
Yeah.
she gave him the finger, and then she held up the ball as if, like, I still have the ball, so go pound sand, everybody.
Yeah,
the last laughed on her. So, yes, her life is probably not the same today as it was on Friday night.
Right. I mean,
Do you feel bad for her at all?
Oh, I mean, if she loses her job, and
You think that goes too far?
that goes way too far.
Even
man.
the way
Come
that she handled this.
Well, she could use some life lessons, but she doesn't have to lose her job. And
Well, the
go into
problem
hiding.
is, okay, she doesn't have to lose her job, but then how do you take her seriously at her job? That's the problem with these things that happen at these games is she does that, and then everybody at her work knows that she's the one, and they're like, I'm not working with, I've seen
True.
pictures where they have her superimposed with the CEO guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean their two lives have been changed forever because of this stuff. But you got to know if you're that woman that this is probably going to go viral.
Do you though?
You're probably not thinking about it in the moment.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I would think her life is probably either ruined or she has to,
Move, relocate.
most likely. Now, the only thing I would say is if she's not from the area, like if she transplanted and she moved to Florida, Miami, but she was from the north and moved down there, maybe it's not that big of a deal down there. I don't know. But if, she lived here.
And she was down there to see the
Let's
Phillies.
say she lived in, South Philly or North Philly somewhere. I don't know. She probably is very recognizable.
She is. And that guy did make the right call by just giving her the ball.
Well, let me ask
right?
you a question, and everybody out there listening, 609-403-0973. How many people would have buckled and gave her the ball back? Do you think you would have told her, beat it, lady? Or do you think you would have, seriously, you're there with your daughter.
Right.
Your wife and your daughter. Now, your wife probably would have gave her the business, knowing your wife. She would have told her to go pound sand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, your wife would have stepped in on that one.
Yeah.
But would you have given the ball back? Would you have taken it out of Sydney's mitt and said, take the ball back?
That's a tough one. No, I don't think I would do that.
No World Series tickets, no RV.
That's true.
So now, life lessons, you give the ball to that lady if she comes up in your face. How many people out there would have given the ball back to that woman?
That woman did not deserve the ball. That's the whole thing.
If she would have grabbed it out of the scrum, she would have had the ball. It wasn't like the guy ripped it out of her hand.
No. He did go over the section, though.
Well, there was nobody between him and her.
I know, because there's about 5,000
Well,
fans
I was at
in
a
that
spring
place.
training game one time in Dunedin. This is before they had seats. They had just metal bleachers. There was a foul ball hit, and I was there with my buddy, and he went running for the ball. He elbowed some kid. Like, we still rip on him to this day. We're like, yo, you elbowed that kid to go get the foul ball.
And
no, he gave the ball to the kid.
But what becomes of the ball that you take from
Nothing.
Nothing. It just sits on your shelf.
Yeah. Like, once you catch it's the exhilarating moment that I caught the foul ball,
Right.
and then it's like, now I have a baseball. What am I doing with this thing?
Putting it on your shelf.
I caught a foul ball. I've never caught a foul ball at a major league game. There was a ball that was hit at a minor league game that I ended up with. I don't even think I caught it. I think I just ended up with the ball. It's sitting in my car still.
Right.
Just in the middle console of my car.
How did you end up with it?
I was there with, our baseball team. We took them there, while we were away somewhere, and maybe one of the kids caught it and gave it to me or something to that effect.
That doesn't even count then.
No, I didn't. No, I've never caught a foul ball at a game. Never. So, how many people are giving that ball back? All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, Nick Sirianni is meeting with the media. And he is going to give all the updates and see if there's any information or updates on Jalen Carter. Plus, the Eagles worked out a veteran cornerback today, Mike Hilton from the Cincinnati Bengals. Been a guy who's played a lot of slot corner, and they signed Zadarius Smith on Friday. So Sirianni will answer questions about Smith, why they brought in Mike Hilton. Is he a guy that they're going to sign? And could he play slot corner? And does that mean they could move Cooper DeJean to the outside? You'll hear all that and more coming up when Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni takes the podium in just a couple of minutes right here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Bass live at the Fanatic Sportsbook. It's brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service installation. 609-390-3907 online, broadleafs.net. I'm Mike Gill. My on-site producer, Pete G. Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. You're going to hear from Nick Sirianni in just a moment. Before we do, text in right now, 609-403-0973. Text your name, where you're from, and Eagles trip. Include the word Eagles trip so we know that you are trying to enter to win a spot to win tickets to see the Eagles play the New York Giants for their Thursday night football game. We are going to be live at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win. We are looking for the first 3 text messages, 609-403-0973. First 3 text messages with your name, where you're from, and text in the word Eagles trip. This way, we can easily find the people who text the word Eagles trip so we know they are trying to enter to win a trip to see the Eagles play the Giants. It will be 2 tickets, the bus trip to the game, a tailgate party, and you must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate. We'll have another chance for you to qualify on the phones coming up in 40 minutes from now on the Sports Bash Live. A little less than 40 minutes from now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So some Phillies news here real quick before we get to Sirianni. The lineup is out, and it's brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. Okay. Looks like we got some more news regarding Alec Bohm.
Oh, really?
Yes. Tonight's lineup, leading off, Bryce Harper.
Wow.
Anybody had that one on your bingo card? Kyle Schwarber stays at the number 2 spot. JT Realmuto is hitting number 3. Max Kepler is hitting number 4.
Can you repeat who's leading off just real quick for everyone out there?
Bryce Harper is leading off.
Wow.
Schwarber 2, Realmuto 3. Max Kepler is hitting 4th. JT Realmuto is 3. Kepler is 4. Bader is hitting 5th. Castellanos is hitting 6th. Bryson Stott is hitting 7th. Edmundo Sosa is hitting 8th, and Otto Kemp is playing 3rd base and hitting 9th. Now, apparently, Alec Bohm, who is not in the lineup tonight,
is on the
bench, or somebody is saying that he could be heading to the injured list.
I would believe because we saw Donovan Walton is also up with the club, so that means Bohm, he opens up a roster spot with Bohm on the IL.
Yes, apparently Sirianni. Josh, is Sirianni started here or what? Okay, because I see people tweeting out Sirianni stuff, so I do have the Sirianni news, but I'll let him deliver it to you here in just a second. But the Phillies lineup, Harper, they actually put Harper in the leadoff spot. I am pretty shocked by that. All right, so Harper leading off tonight. That's the lineup. It is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com. It looks like Alec Bohm is going to the injured list along with Trea Turner. So now you're going to have Max Kepler hitting 4th. Here's the one thing I don't understand. Nolan McLean is a right-handed pitcher, and Brandon Marsh is not in the lineup today, but Castellanos is.
Right.
So why not have Marsh play left field and have Kepler play right field and get Castellanos out of the lineup? I don't know. All right, here is Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni and his Monday press conference right here on the Sports Bash.
your team to, show their toughness and their, physicality, because that's this game of football. And I think we could see that through that. And I did appreciate, we talked about relentless effort all last week. That was such the emphasis that we wanted to make sure we put on tape. I thought, you saw our guys play hard, right? Whether it was, a missed tackle by Q in the flat, and then our two rookies, Drew and Jihad, sprinting to the football and making the tackle on Turpin there, or, Zach Bond chasing down Miles Sanders on the long run that he had that ended up being a 7-point tackle. And I know, Coach Clay really emphasized that as well. And special teams is a big part of your relentless effort for guys that may not, some guys have a bigger role on offense, defense, some don't. And that's their time to shine in that opportunity. And so it was, I know Coach Clay emphasized that effort as well. And, I always want to be able to show those guys how important it is for everybody to, for the contributions of everybody, and recognize those guys in those scenarios when you do have a big challenge like that with, with Turpin. And I just thought our guys played really hard, really physical, really tough, and they got the job done. And it started about where the ball was placed. So just pumped about that.
We'll go to Martin and then Tim.
Hey, Nick. Over the weekend, you guys signed Zadarius Smith. I was kind of curious what led to that. How concerned were you about the pass rush? Obviously, you didn't have any sacks against the Cowboys. And also, Azeez Ojulari being inactive, what was kind of behind that? Thanks.
Yeah, obviously, there's so many things that play into who's up, who's down. Special teams has a big part of that, especially, with the new rules of the game and the kickoff. Patrick Johnson has done a really nice job in special teams his entire time here as an Eagle. And it was going to be important that he had that same game against a really good returner, which I believe he did. And so there's so many things that go into who's up, who's down for a game. I really wish it's always a tough conversation when you tell a guy that he's not going to be up for a game, because they want to contribute and they want to play. And Azeez has done a lot of good things since he's been here. So, and I'd have no doubt that he's going to help us, win football games moving forward. I don't think it's any secret that Howie and his staff are constantly doing everything they can do to help improve this football team. And I love that about Howie. I love that how, his tenacity of just always doing what he can, doing his job to help this football team get better. You're so appreciative of that as a head football coach, with the partnership that you have with the general manager. And just, man, I can't say, I'm thankful that I'm coaching with, and alongside there with Howie, with the best GM in all of sports. And in my opinion, the best owner with Mr. Laurie. And so always are trying to do that, whatever you can do to help, the football team. And, excited about Zadarius and what he can add. And, from watching his tape, the last 5 years, really, as I see him, or even more than that. And then, what he did last year. And so looking forward to that. I think he adds to a very deep room. Where we have a lot of confidence, in all those guys. Now, again, with that being said, you can't go up with, sometimes it's hard to go up with 6 or 7 guys at that position to dress for a game. And so we had some choices to make, and that's the way we went this week. But I really like the depth of that room and how he's done a great job of putting that room together, and Wash and does a great job of coaching that group. Coach Walsh is a phenomenal football coach, and who's always pressing those guys to get better. So you get good talent in here, and then you coach that talent hard and push them to get better. That's a recipe for good things. So I'm really excited about that room.
We'll go to Tim and then Zach.
Hey, Nick, in your experience, how big of an edge is it for a team who's trying to get their get back? Like the Chiefs will, I'm sure, to some degree on Sunday. And what's the best way from a messaging standpoint, et cetera, to try to combat it?
Yeah, you control the things that, Tim, you can control the things that you can control, and you go about your process. I think there's a lot of things that can distract you from just putting your head down and working every single day. And I think if you let yourself get involved in too many of the things there, then you're not focused on what you need to do. And so, we don't think too much about that. As far as that goes, we know we're playing a really good opponent with a really good head coach and a really good quarterback. Andy's one of the best coaches. Coach Reed, pardon me, is one of the best coaches ever to coach this game. So I know they're doing the things that they need to do to be ready, and we need to do the same thing. And so it's about our habits. It's about our focus. I think some of the, you get caught up in that too much. Like some of that stuff kind of fizzles out early on, and it's going to come I love that saying is as preparation, or how does it go? I'm going to mess it up, but as the pressure gets higher, you don't rise to the occasion and you fall back to your habits and your training. And I think that's the same thing here as that game goes on. Maybe there'll be some emotions early on, but it's always going to come back down to that. And so I know that's boring, and I know I say stuff like that a lot, but I do truly believe it, that, it's about your weekly, daily, yearly habits to get yourself ready for these types. I would say these types is our next game, so it's our biggest game, and it's the same thing for the Chiefs. And we know how good of an opponent they are, and we know we got to play a really good football game to be able to win the football game. And you love challenges like this because when you play against some of the other best teams in the NFL, that makes you better as well. And so we're excited about the opportunity. We're excited about the challenge. We're going to have to do a lot, things better than we did them last week to put ourselves in position to help us win this football game. And that starts this week in practice and meetings.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to Zach and then finish with Jeff McClain.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. In going back to the offseason, what consideration did you give to making Cooper DeJean a full-time outside cornerback, and what has kept you guys from doing that so far?
Obviously, Coop can do a lot of different things. He can return kicks, he can return punts, he can play inside corner, he can play outside corner, he has ability to play safety. I'm sure he'd be pretty good on offense if we said, hey, we want you to put you on offense. And so, you just make the decisions of where you think he's best, and you go from there. He has flexibility, as we know. I think right now he's one of the best nickels in the NFL, and with the way he plays this football game, or plays this game, with his physicality, with his ability to match routes, with his his ability to use his mind and think of how routes are coming at him. And so I just think he can do a lot of things there. Again, flexibility to be able to move him around. We'll see what we do with that, how that goes. But I do believe that he's one of the better players at his position in the NFL. And so we'll just keep repping him at different things and continuing to rep him at nickel and prepare him at that position.
We'll finish with Jeff McClain.
And Nick, there was one stat out there that had stack box versus Barkley 2/3 of the time, 3 times what it was last season. Yet you only threw over 10 yards once. Why was that?
Yeah, again, every game is a little bit different. I don't think you ever go into a game thinking, hey, we're not going to throw it down the field. It's important that you throw it down the field. It's important that I always think we talk about explosive plays all the time, and being able to generate explosive plays. The Cowboys generated more explosive plays than us, because we talk about that a lot, and we talk about the turnover battle a lot. They committed one more turnover than us. So, and it's important that you win those battles. But every game, has different things of why the ball doesn't go there, and whether that's us calling it, whether that's, the way the defense took it away, whether that's, whatever it may be. But and one thing we have the ability to be able to do here to generate explosive plays is we have good players with the ball in their hands, so you can, get it to them a variety of different ways. Sometimes it is that you want to throw it over the top. Sometimes you want to throw it in an intermediate range. But what I love about our team is that we have the ability to throw it short and for guys to get explosives that way. And so, you want to mix all those things each week. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that happens each week. You want to get A.J. Brown the ball each week. It necessarily didn't happen this last week. So, things happen in a game. And all you're ever trying to do in the midst of the game is do everything you can do to help, win the football game and then try to get better from that. And, you're thankful that you get out with a win, and you got a lot of things to work on to get better at.
Thanks.
Sirianni, as the Eagles update us on Jalen Carter, not much of an update. He really did not mention whether or not he will be impacted in the game. We see the league has not done anything to impact that decision yet, but the Eagles and Nick Sirianni not really given any insight on that. He did talk about Azeez Ojulari, why he was not a part of the game the other night. They did sign Zadarius Smith, but Ojulari is still here. Plenty on that, but the big news is happening with the Phillies right now, where it looks like Trea Turner and Alec Boehm are heading to the injured list, and Bryce Harper is leading off for the first time since October 4th, 2022, and just the second time in 6 years Harper leads off tonight. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We're live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Listen for that contest sounder to go off. We have another chance for you to qualify for a trip to see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. Keep it locked. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN.
Yeah, it's tough. Anytime you lose one of your premier players, obviously it's it's hard. Guys got to step up and keep playing the same ball that we're playing and continue to play our game. And obviously it's a tough situation we're in, but just got to keep going.
You've talked in the past about you prefer hitting 2 through 4, but you're up at number 1. How did that happen tonight, I guess?
Yeah, we just talked about it. It's something we kind of all wanted to try, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, Bryce Harper there telling the media today it's something we all wanted to try is him hitting leadoff. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, yes, Bryce Harper is hitting leadoff today. Harper, Schwarber, Realmuto, Kepler, Bader, Castellanos, Stott, Sosa, Kemp. No Marsh in the lineup. Apparently he's sick.
Yeah.
He is available to pinch hit, but he is not in the everyday lineup. He is available to pinch hit. And this is coming at an inopportune time now. Rob Thompson just told the media that Turner has a grade 1 hamstring injury, so I guess that is the lowest of the grades that he can get. They're hoping, according to John Heyman, that he could be back by the start of the playoffs, so keep that in mind.
Which is October 4th is NLDS Game 1.
Yes, October 4th would be the NLDS Game 1, would be the first game of the playoffs if they win the division and are the 2 seed. If they have to play the wild card, they would play during the week there. But if they win the division and hold off the Dodgers, they would be playing on October the 4th. Now, Alec Boehm, he is now on the injured list. He's out for 10 days. So you have no Boehm and you have no Turner. Now, I know people aren't the biggest Boehm fans in the world. But they got Otto Kemp essentially playing third base every day because you got Sosa playing shortstop, and they called up a guy named Nolan Watson.
Donovan Walton.
Donovan, what did I say?
Nolan Watson.
I don't know where I got that from. Donovan Walton got called up. He is a 30-some-year-old veteran kind of journeyman who's been with a bunch of teams. Now, his numbers in the minors this year, you ready for these numbers, Peachy?
He was from the Mets. They got him on a trade with the Mets.
Yes, he is hitting .339 with a .413 on-base percentage in 50 games for Lehigh Valley. We got football at 4. Jeff Mosher reacts to everything Sirianni said. That's coming up next. But right now, I need caller number 7, 609-403. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you are entered to win tickets to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. It is a road trip for one lucky listener, and caller 7 right now, you are entered. 609-573-3776. Give me caller number 7. We'll see you at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win on Wednesday, September 24th, for a live show where one lucky winner will be selected at random to go see the Eagles-Giants Thursday night matchup. 2 tickets, the bus trip, the tailgate party. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Want to congratulate Mike and Galloway. Mike and Galloway, we'll see you at Maynard's at Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. Everybody out there, listen for your chance to enter to win tickets to see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. We got a pair of tickets, the bus trip, also a whole tailgate party. It's a great setup for this game at Thursday Night Football on the game is on October the 9th, I think. It's a Thursday night game on October 9th, Thursday Night Football, Eagles, Giants, MetLife Stadium, and one lucky winner and a friend. It's a pair of tickets, 2 seats on the bus, plus a full tailgate party, and you guys will be going to see the Eagles play the Giants. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate, and, of course, all the games are on Maynard's on Wednesday, the 24th. We'll be there live for a live sports bash. Before Mosher gets to us for Football at 4, you just heard from Nick Sirianni. He really did not have an update on Jalen Carter. Do you see any update on Jalen Carter? Let us know if you get something there. All right, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is set to join us here in just a second. We will get to Moshe and get his take on everything that Sirianni just kind of updated us on here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Moshe, what's going on, man? Busy, man. You got the crossover of the Eagles news and the Phillies news all happening at exactly the same time here, which generally doesn't happen. But Sirianni speaking at 3, Thompson speaking at 3. So you got all this kind of happening. You know, I don't know what's bigger. Bryce Harper hitting leadoff. Bohm goes on the disabled list or the injured list along with Trea Turner. And then, oh, by the way, we're waiting for this Jalen Carter thing, to which no information really from Nick. And he said, you know, we're going to keep that in-house. But do we anticipate – I want to get your take on this. Do we anticipate that the league is having a hard time with this based on the involvement from Prescott? Then on Saturday, a college player spits on somebody. You know, maybe the NFL said, okay, we'll fine him. And then the college guy, like, do you look at this and say the NFL is kind of there's no precedent?
No, there's been spitting incidents in the NFL before. The only thing that's happened is things have changed over the years with personal conduct policy and additions to that and different suspensions. So I don't think precedent per se is an issue. I don't think the NFL is having any trouble with this because of the college thing, and I certainly don't think. And I know this may rub some Eagles fans the wrong way. I don't think the Dak Prescott thing has one iota to deal with it. You're allowed to spit on the ground. You're allowed to talk a little. I know they're trying to crack down on taunting in the middle of a game a little bit, but you can't convince me, and I'm sure you can't convince anybody in the NFL that the only way Jalen Carter could be disciplined, fined, suspended, or reprimanded in some way is if Dak Prescott also gets it too. Like that, come on. If the situation was reversed and if Dak Prescott was kicked out of the game instead of Jalen Carter and Jalen Carter had spit on the ground, no Eagles fan in the world would be saying Jalen Carter should also be reprimanded or it would be fair. I mean, that is laughable to be even suggested that Dak Prescott would have to be either fined, suspended, or any reprimanded for spitting on the ground, which we see a billion guys do all the time.
No, and listen, it's just weird the way it was presented, right? It was that he gets thrown out of the game for spitting, and you clearly saw him spit. And I don't think anybody had a problem with the fact that he was kicked out or that punishment should have happened. Then some reports around halftime or right after halftime that there was 2 sources essentially claiming that Prescott provoked him or yada, 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 and then it will come out. Well, then NBC then shows this as if, and then he's got this maniacal laugh as like, I goaded you, I got you. Now, this, by the way, is the Walter Payton Man of the Year for the Dallas Cowboys here. So, you throw that into the mix, and that NBC kind of made this like, I don't know, it was just a weird situation, and that's why I was wondering if the Prescott thing changes any punishment for Carter at all.
Yeah, can't see that happening. I don't think so. Carter has a history himself of some sideline flare-ups, so I don't think that's going to help.
You don't think the college player, like the whole thing of, okay, maybe we'll fine them, they're doing the sportsmanship thing, and then the college kid spits on a guy, and it's almost like that's exactly why you're being penalized, because that guy, this is a lower level of football that now can say, well, I saw a pro guy do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you don't think that factors in at all?
No, I think if the NFL is going to suspend Jalen Carter, it was already on their mind that they want to set a newer or reinforce. They always talk about reinforcing things that are already there. They want to reinforce that this cannot happen and should not happen and won't happen again without severe ramifications. If that's what they do, if they suspend Jalen Carter, that's the message they'll have sent. And I honestly, I haven't even seen. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen the college incident. I don't know how much of America has. I think most of America is now just hearing about it because it's in conjunction with Jalen Carter doing it. I haven't seen it making the rounds on social media as much as Jalen Carter. So I just think that the NFL is going to act in interests that are best for the NFL.
It was a pretty high-profile game too. It's Florida versus South Florida, and the guy spits on the player, and it cost him the game. That penalty was a 15-yard penalty, and South Florida kicked the field goal to win, like 17-16. That incident was the end of that game. And it was weird. There was a Saturday night, and so I don't know. You might be right about that. I'm just wondering if the NFL
I just think the NFL doesn't. They don't want this. It's and why should they? It's an inhumane thing to do. I mean, it doesn't we don't have to nail the guy to the cross for the rest of his life, but he is a guy who has some baggage with him as far as his sideline demeanor, and he did something that's reprehensible, and he should be. In my opinion, sometimes is this: that the player was ejected from the game. He paid punishment for it, but I'm not the league, and the league always wants to make sure that more precedent is set, like you're saying, so it discourages players from doing this ever again. They don't want to ever see stuff like that again. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little bit of a draconian hand down here in the form of a punishment. We'll see. And yeah, well, I don't know. We'll just see. But I know that the NFL usually doesn't act with influence outside of what's best for the NFL.
Well, and then, and I don't know if this factors in all, they're doing sportsmanship. The incident with Lamar Jackson last night. Like, are they saying, look, we got these two situations that we don't want to deal with. So to make sure we don't have to deal with either of these again, both of you guys are getting the book.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, this has all happened after the NFL already told its teams they were cracking down this year on sportsmanship. It's kind of funny. Well, not funny, but it's kind of ironic, I guess, that these incidents would suddenly occur after the NFL. You saw it in the preseason, the taunting penalties. There were some taunting penalties I saw yesterday, just watching football, NFL football, that I thought, geez, that wouldn't have been called last year or the year before. So they're really cracking down on sportsmanship, and yet here you have, incidents like these happening.
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, Philly voice as well. Football at 4. All right, Zadarius Smith in. They signed him after the game. Is this, hey, we're not happy with our pass rush? I mean, obviously Jalen Carter not being there changes the dynamic of the pass rush, but they go out and sign a legit guy. This isn't just some bum off the street. Zadarius Smith had 9 sacks last year. So give us your read the tea leaves on why Zadarius Smith is here.
Yeah, I think he had 4 sacks last year in 8 games, which projects to 8 or 9 in a.
He had 4 sacks with Detroit. He had 5 in Cleveland.
Oh, that's right. My fault. Good job. Good call on that. Yeah, so he's a good player. And he had, I know we'll get into this on Inside the Data with Sam Finkel on Inside the Birds later this week. Even his advanced pass, because sometimes stats can be misleading, but this guy's been doing it long enough that he's a legit pass rusher, a lot of quarterback hits, things like that. His advanced metrics look good too. The Eagles clearly, and I know Nick Sirianni said today that Azeez Ojulari is going to, make things happen. He's part of the team for the future. He said that last year about Devin White. And, after the first 4 weeks, Devin White was gone. Vic Fangio has made it pretty clear 2 things, right? He does not care about your contract. Doesn't matter about playing time for him. And then the second thing is, as we get to know him as an Eagles defensive coordinator, he really is comfortable with a 3-edge rotation. He had it last year with Bryce Huff sort of hurt and ineffective. He was really going with, early in the year, Jalen Hunt was mostly special teams. He was going with Brandon Graham and Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat occupying most of those snaps until Brandon Graham got hurt. Then you got to see a little bit more of Jalen Hunt as the season went on. And it was really just a 3-man edge rotation. And he's doing that again because Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith were your primary were your starters and your primary snap getters at that position. And then Josh Uche was the first guy off the bench. There was a couple, I think Patrick Johnson played 12 reps, but he's basically there for special teams. So if you're only going to play 3 edge rushers, and now you've just added Zadarius Smith, and for the money he signed for and the history that he's got recently, he's going to be in that rotation. And if he's number 3, that sort of casts some doubt on what Azeez Ojulari and even Josh Uche are going to mean to this team going forward. Do you remember last year when it was clear they weren't going to play Devin White after the first 4 weeks? They worked on some contract resolution. The details really never came out, but he got his free agency, and then he went over to play for the Texans because he didn't want to wait till the trade deadline, so he made some concessions. We'll see what happens with Azeez Ojulari if he's not going to play. Is he going to ask for his release, or is he going to work something out?
All right, Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 here. Mike Hilton, he was working out according to reports today. He's a guy who's played a lot of slot. Is this a possibility that not only are they not happy with their outside corners, they might be so unhappy that they moved Cooper DeJean out there and are looking for slot corners?
Yeah, I mean, you don't work out a guy and look, especially of that caliber and experience for no reason. So, and you're right, he is a slot corner. The guy's got more. This is weird. You don't find too many cornerbacks that have far more sacks in their career than they do interceptions. But that's Mike Hilton. He has like 11 and a half career sacks, and I think 1 career interception. So he's a slot guy. And if they're kicking the tires and they're looking there, they got to be thinking about, well, what are we going to do if we move Cooper DeJean to the outside corner, because that's our best option. They like Mac McWilliams. They practice him at the slot and outside, but he's a rookie. And I don't know if they want to rely on that. And they may still give him a shot, but also have Mike Hilton there or someone like that for insurance. Right now they're just in the exploring phase, Mike.
All right, Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. There's a quick breakdown. Carter, no news yet there. Zadarius Smith is in, and Mike Hilton's in for a workout. Those are the big stories with the Eagles as they now get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs, who could start off 0-2. We'll keep our eye on that. Mosher's back on Wednesday. Football at 4 tomorrow with Adam Kaplan. Thanks, buddy.
All right, Mike. Talk to you Wednesday.
All right, that's Jeff Mosher, everybody, from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And that is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where we are every Monday. We were here Friday, and that's why we got a little confused. We were here Friday, and then we're back here again. And then, of course, we're going to be on the road. We have a lot of shows on the road coming up, so if you have a chance to come out and see us, we will be out on the road. We'll get you all the updates on where we will be. But one lucky winner last hour qualified for a chance to see us live at Maynard's at Margate, and that person now has a chance to win Eagles tickets to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium on October the 9th. It's Thursday Night Football, so congratulations to Mike in Galloway. He was our latest qualifier for that. More chances for you to qualify. Keep listening. Every hour, we will give you chances to qualify. Listen for your chance to do it right here on the Sports Bash. All right, boys. No definitive answer on Jalen Carter as of this moment, so we don't know that. But Rob Thompson provided some injury updates on Trea Turner and Alec Boehm. According to John Heyman, it's a grade 1 strain. Well, Thompson said it's grade 1. According to John Heyman, they're hoping Turner is ready to come back for the playoffs. We heard what Turner said earlier today. The bite that we played in the first hour, Josh, if we can get that, where he talked about he thought he came back too early last year. I think that is a major, major thing. This is what Trea Turner said yesterday.
That's where you trust, the training staff and trust yourself. And, last year I thought I did a pretty good job. I might have came back a little early, but did a good job managing it and put that behind me and was running good by the end of the season. So, kind of do that same thought process and lean on those guys in there and try to figure it out.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel great. You guys?
No, and especially with what they were saying today, they're hoping. It's not too reassuring.
The fact, though, that he said, I think I came back too early last year, that was 6 weeks. There's only 3 weeks left in the season. So even if he comes back early, it's 3 weeks earlier than he came back last year. Yeah, that one is the one for me that stands out, boys, as I do not think Trea Turner, and McGarry said it earlier, that was one of the things, is he, even when he came back last year, he wasn't the same player.
Right. How effective is Trea going to be in October on the base paths with his speed? I don't think much. I mean, I think he's going to be hampered for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Well, that goes to what Jim Salisbury said on the Philly Show podcast this morning. Take a listen.
The thing that really concerns me is, even before we hear the severity of it, when he came back from a similar injury last year, he just wasn't the same guy. Never looked like he was full throttle the rest of the way. Always looked like he didn't trust it. And, that's a problem for a legs player. Even if he's deemed healthy enough to play, does he feel confident and comfortable enough letting it all out at a time of year when you have to let it all out, coming down the stretch here as October comes?
It's a great point by Salisbury in that that's a time of the year where, you might not steal a base on Tuesday night because, hey, I don't really need to do it in this game against the Marlins tonight. I need that stolen base against the Mets. I need that stolen base against the Dodgers. I have to have that stolen base in that moment. And if he can't kick it into another gear, or if he can't go from first to third, right?
Yeah.
If he's the same player. And listen, I hate to say this, it's not like ripping the guy or anything, but he's not some power hitter where you can think like, hey, he's going to just come up and crank home runs and he doesn't have to use his speed. Like, he's not hitting home runs this year. He's not hitting for power. He's not doing that. He's been a guy who's been successful because of his legs this year.
And
this is terrible.
And don't forget, soft tissue injuries, they're so uncertain, right? There's always that lingering. I mean, look at A.J. Brown. We joked about it a little bit earlier.
Very tricky, yeah.
Listen, you don't know when a guy is fully healthy, how many times he's going to retweak it, re-injure it. Like, there's so many variables that go into this, guys.
Right. A.J. Brown had one catch on Thursday night. Is that because he's not healthy or because the offense, couldn't get going?
Well, you heard what Sirianni said,
Yeah.
in the press conference earlier on that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Sirianni pointed to the fact that, the Cowboys did this and we have to do that. The reality is that if you go back and watch that game, the Cowboys were basically double-teaming A.J. Brown half the game. A.J. Brown was basically a decoy most of the game. Now, how much of that was because of the Cowboys? How much was because the Eagles were like, hey, AJ, you're not healthy. Just go run around and hope for the best.
Harrison Bader, by the way, is right now on intentional talk over there. Looks like he's all smiles, laughing, and everything. And it's interesting because I was talking about Bader possibly hitting in the number 2 hole. He's actually hitting the number 5 hole today, which is an area that he has not hit in that spot very often in his career. We were talking about the splits for him as the number 2 hole hitter, and he's had a lot of success in the number 2 hole in his career, but he hasn't hit number 2 all that often. Well, they have him in the number 5 hole today, actually, and that's not a spot that he has hit all that often either, is in the number 5 spot in the order. So we'll see how that all works out for him tonight as he is hitting in the 5 hole where he is. He has, in 67 games, he has hit in the 5 hole. He's been okay in the 5 hole. 261, 7 home runs, 24 RBIs. Bader has been a huge addition to the team, but keep in mind, everybody, he is hit primarily in the 8 hole in his entire career. The 8 hole is where he has hit the most, followed by the 9 hole, followed by the 7 hole, and then the 6 hole. He has been a bottom third of the lineup guy. So, to ask Bader to all of a sudden save this team is kind of asking for a lot. I think the lineup tonight is very interesting, though,
it
with
is.
Bryce Harper hitting leadoff.
And you wonder why they don't just bat Bader second and Harper can stay at 3 where he likes to hit and he's comfortable, and Topper can get his left-right left matchup that he loves to put out there.
Well, doesn't it sound like when Harper spoke, we played the audio a little bit earlier, that it was almost like he was on board with doing this. Like, it was almost like he said it like, hey, we all kind of wanted to give this a try, and now here we are. So Harper made it sound like he was on maybe not maybe the catalyst, but maybe part of the reason why. Like, he's like, hey, I want to do this too.
He did say we kind of threw it around, threw some ideas. It's almost like we threw it up the flagpole, and this is what we ended up with. And,
why they're doing that? Because, I mean, we're in the middle of a pennant race here. I don't like tinkering with things
Okay.
when
Well, what about in the middle of the pennant race bringing up
Aiden Miller.
Seriously.
Yeah.
They talked about it on the Philly Show podcast about the possibility of Jim Salisbury brings up Aiden Miller as a possibility. Todd Zalecki brought up the possibility of Aiden Miller playing shortstop as well. They talked about that because they just promoted him to AAA yesterday. Now, this is one of those things late in the year where generally teams start to promote guys.
It's the old Brian Windhorst. Now, why would they do that?
Well,
Is that
I don't
what
want to
it-
say that.
Okay.
Because, and this is why. If you look around transactions all over the place, you got guys, because what happens is a lot of like the single A seasons are ending. So those guys need places to play. So they promote the single A guys up to double A. And then the double A guys, they start to promote up to triple A. So the Phillies promoted Arun Escobar and Dante Nori from high A Jersey Shore and moved them up to double A Reading. And then with that, they started to put some guys from double A and put them at triple A. So they did move Miller to triple A. And then this happens. How many people would just say, the heck with it, let's just put the kid up there? Do you put him in that spot and then you hope that he now adds to the playoff roster, or is it too risky to know? So, we were talking to my buddy earlier today. He said you can't bring up a prospect and put him in a pennant race. I am totally on the opposite side of that. Look what the Mets have done. The Mets said, to hell with these veteran guys who can't get the job done. Let me go with Nolan McLean, Tonga, some of these other guys. Their number one pitching prospect pitched yesterday. They're bringing their young kids up. The young guys right now are impacting pennant races. Should the Phillies join the party with Aiden Miller and just play him at shortstop? More Sports Bash coming up. Nick's Nuggets are on the way. Nick Earnshaw joins us for another edition of the Nuggets next on the Sports Bash.
happen tonight, I guess.
Yeah, we just talked about it. It's something we kind of all wanted to try, and we'll see how it goes.
That's right. So what does it mean?
Bryce Harper earlier today, he's hitting leadoff tonight, and he was asked about it. He said, yeah, it's something we all wanted to try. And does Harper go to them and say, hey, what do you think about me hitting leadoff? Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is the host of the Shift podcast, and he is producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And he joins us today for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Man, I don't know where you're going to go. You might have a six-pack of Nuggets today. There is a ton of stuff. What do you got, a Hamilton high school shirt on there for your girl, Philly Karen?
Absolutely. I did it on purpose. Wore it today. I mean, shout out to my alma mater for that awesome notice that they sent out that she didn't work there. I mean, that was great. We would have caught the ball. I know I would have at least gotten the ball if I was out there in the outfield at least. So shout out to my alma mater, Hamilton. Shout out to Coach Ann Effinger, Pat out there as well.
All right, well, the Philly Karen, I mean, you got a six-pack of Nuggets.
Oh,
maybe
my God.
Even a 20-piece nugget today.
We got limited time. We got a lot of Nuggets to get to. Well, first, we got to start with Harper and the whole ragtag Phillies tonight. I mean, that's essentially where we're going. All right, with nugget number one, let's break this whole thing down, okay? Daniel Robert to the IL, along with Trea Turner, Alec Boehm, Turner with the hamstring injury, Boehm with the shoulder cyst. They are going to the injured list. Robert seems like it's done for him as well. So he also, along with those two guys, man, he's going to the IL. Donovan Walton and Kemp, they are the two that have been called up, okay? Donovan Walton was traded here from the Mets for cash considerations on July 1st, okay? So there's that. Then you also add this to it. Brandon Marsh is sick with the flu. According to reports, he is in the Phillies clubhouse sleeping somewhere with the actual flu. Honestly, get him out of the stadium. Get away from everyone because the Phillies have a ragtag lineup going out there anyway. So all of a sudden on this Monday, the Phillies lineup has just completely changed. But that is the complete rundown as of right now. And then you had Thompson come out and say that it's a grade 1 hamstring injury. They are expecting him back maybe even before the postseason. I mean, wow, what a Monday.
Well, Scott Lauber tweeted something out just moments ago, which was kind of insightful. He said that Turner had a grade 1 hamstring in April of 2017.
Yep.
He missed 11 games and went 21 for 57 in 13 games when he came back, but he did not attempt a stolen base until his 9th game back. But he does have a history of a grade 1 hamstring strain. Last year, he had a grade 2 hamstring strain. And we played the audio earlier of him saying he thought he came back too early last year, and that was him sitting out for 6 weeks. So grade 1 versus grade 2 is 3 weeks. I mean, does he literally say game 1 that I come back is game 1 against a playoff team? That's a little dicey.
Yeah, and he's been having a massive year. He's been so good this year. He's actually lived up to the expectations of the contract this season, at least. And now you got to get rid of him for this next couple of weeks, this next stretch, and maybe even for a little bit of the postseason. I don't love that. Like, he was in such a groove. Now he's going to have to sit out for a while. Is he going to be in the same groove when he comes back? I mean, that's a big question mark right there. He's been a huge part of your offense. And now you got Harper leading off. Preferably would have went Schwarber, but hey, let's get nuts. Everybody's out. So, I mean, people are sick. You got everyone hurt. I mean, what is going on with the fighting Phils? I think they'll be okay. But, man, listen, the Yankees had Aaron Judge lead off before. I mean, you might as well try Harper in there. Throw him in there tonight. Why not against the New York Mets?
I think a lot of people would have been intrigued by Harper hitting leadoff. It was always just a feeling that he didn't really want to do it. Although, at Mike Gill Show, the poll question, right now, we have Trea Turner misses time. Who should the Phillies hit leadoff? 43% Schwarber, 28% Bader, 21% Stott, and 8% said Harper. So it seems that the Phillies fans were not a fan of hitting Harper in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, I'm part of that 43% with Schwarber. You know, I quoted your tweet, by the way, Mike, and put the Schwarber Hoagie Fest picture of Kyle there. You know, I like a leadoff dinger, but Harper can do that too. He can have a dinger tonight in the leadoff spot. I don't mind it. It's already nuts. It's already out of whack. I mean, what's Bader batting 5th tonight? I mean, it's all over the place. So
Bader's in the
I'm okay
5 hole
with,
tonight.
yeah.
Kepler's hitting number 4 tonight. I mean, that is not optimal to have Max Kepler. You're a team that's trying to win a World Series, and you've got Max Kepler hitting in the 4 hole. You got JT Realmuto hitting in the 3 spot. I mean, yikes. I mean, this lineup today is definitely struggling along.
Yeah, this is a ragtag lineup, to say the least, for the Philadelphia Phillies. And you're playing against the Mets, who you just got swept by just about a week or so ago. So, not ideal, but hey, you're already nuts. Lead off Harper. I don't care.
Again,
I don't think people should care.
Just split the series, right? I mean, you're injured. You got a lot of guys on the IL. Just get out of there with a split.
And you're facing Nolan McLean, who, by the way, shut you down the last time. I think he threw a shutout against you pretty much. He did. And then, I think they beat you 6-0 the night.
Yeah, game 3 of that series. Game 3 of that series, 6-0.
That was on August the 27th. And then he's going to have a lineup today where he's facing, Otto Kemp, Edmundo Sosa, Bryson Stott are hitting 7. Kemp is hitting 9, Sosa's hitting 8, Stott is hitting 7. So you said the other day, keep Stott 9. Well, they don't have a choice right now. They had to move him out of the 9 hole.
I want to keep him in the 9 spot. He's comfortable there. He can be a second leadoff guy. I
think everybody is on board with keeping him in the 9 hole, but unfortunately tonight, with 2 guys out of the lineup, with Alec Boehm and Turner out. Now, Boehm, this mysteriously popped up.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Boehm is on the injured list.
Yeah, he's got a shoulder cyst. Apparently, he's been dealing with it the past week, 10 days, according to Rob Thompson. It's bothered him every single at-bat as of late over the past couple of games. I mean, that's not ideal either. I mean, everyone's falling apart. What is happening? I mean, geez, everybody's getting hurt on the Philadelphia Phillies. So you send out this lineup tonight. I mean, it is what it is. Not the best timing. And I tweeted out, the Phillies are getting real close to coming to the Sixers. They're getting real close. I mean, all these injuries heading into the postseason. I'm just saying, they fall apart in the postseason. Everyone's now getting hurt heading into the postseason. I mean, the parallels are there, Pete. Come on.
Well, and when the lineup came out, I'm thinking, how is Marsh not in the lineup and Castellanos is in the lineup? I mean, seriously. It was like, but now that it came out that Marsh is sick, that makes some sense.
Got the flu. He's apparently sleeping somewhere in the building, in Citizens Bank Park, in the lower part, and somewhere hidden in a closet sleeping, apparently.
We have some audio from Hembo, who was on the Baseball Tonight podcast. We're going to have that in the next hour for you. But he brought up 2 reasons why the Phillies are not playing Castellanos anymore. By the way, Hembo's going to be on the show this week. He and I have been going back and forth, setting up a day and a time for him to come on to talk about all these Phillies injuries and problems. And now you throw this into the mix. Who's the best guy to hit leadoff? You got Harper tonight, but I don't know. Would you go on Schwarber? We were talking about this earlier. Harrison Bader has really good numbers now in a very, very, very limited time in the 2-hole. He's only hit in the 2-hole 28 games. But his numbers in the 2-hole were 316, 353 on base, 620 slug, 973 OPS, 6 home runs, and 15 RBI in 28 games.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I could see going Schwarber, Bader, Harper, Realmuto is your first 4. I think that would be probably the most ideal.
And you wonder if that happens, if this doesn't work out with Harper batting leadoff, and they got to tinker with something else. You wonder if that could be on the horizon there.
Yeah, it's a ragtag lineup right now, to say the least.
This lineup, and so then let's ask this question: the Phillies have struggled against the Mets. If they struggle tonight against the Mets, or struggle in the series against the Mets, are we going to say the Mets have their number, or is this a byproduct now of, you are decimated by injuries?
I think it's both. The Mets have their number, especially at Citi Field, not necessarily at the bank, but at Citi Field they have their number. But then you also add in all these injuries. I mean, that doesn't help your case either.
Yeah. The Harper leadoff thing, I think, is interesting. Because I've said before, I think it would be interesting to hit Harper leadoff. But the fact that most people think that he doesn't want to hit leadoff, his comments saying that, it's something that we kind of threw around, I think I'm kind of intrigued to see if this kind of ignites Harper and kind of gets him. So then what if Harper takes off in the leadoff spot?
Oh, God, don't even go there. Oh, man, that's going to be a huge discussion. What if he takes off? Let's just put this out there. Harper takes off, Turner comes back. What do you do in that scenario? If Turner's ready to come back, but Harper's been swinging the bat mightily good over the next couple of weeks, do you take him out of the leadoff spot? I mean, that's a discussion I don't want to have. That's a discussion I don't want to have, but then I do want to have it because Harper would be hot. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Then you'd have too many leadoff guys.
Oh.
Schwarber, Harper, Turner.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially
well,
right now.
They obviously didn't want to touch Schwarber because they just left him in the 2, because you could have moved him to 1 and then Harper to 2.
He let off the other day when Turner was out, right?
That's the weird part about it is whenever Turner hasn't played like once in a while, they do move Schwarber to the leadoff hole.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to say the least.
Yeah, by the way, let's hear what Hembo said. We were talking about Castellanos. He's in the lineup tonight against a right-handed pitcher. This is what Hembo said about Castellanos as to his defense, why that's been such a big problem and why the Phillies can't play him. Take a listen.
By defensive runs saved, he's minus 12 this year, which is the worst among any right fielder in Major League Baseball. That is not my opinion. It is a statement of fact. In right field for his career, Buster, it's minus 91. DRS has been around since 2003. He's the worst high-volume right fielder in the history of the metric, which would be cool and has been cool in the past when he mashes. But as you well know, Buster, he's not mashing.
Not mashing. He is not mashing, but you heard his defensive metrics, which he is absolutely right. I can handle Nick Castellanos playing right field as an average to below average right fielder if he is mashing. But take a listen to Hembo on Castellanos at bats.
I'm going to give you a slash line since the All-Star break. It's 189, 246, 303. That's a 51 WRC plus, which is the worst among all qualifiers in the National League. The evidence is clear. If the Phillies go Marsh in left, Bader in center, and Kepler in right, as things stand right this second, that is their best lineup. Not just defensively, but offensively as well.
That's Paul Hembekides. Hembo said that on the Baseball Tonight podcast. So when I saw Castellanos in the lineup tonight, I'm thinking, wait, I thought they rectified this, that he's not going to play against righties. And not only is he playing against a righty, he's playing against a very tough righty today. But then we got the information that Brandon Marsh is sick tonight. So Castellanos is in the lineup tonight, and he is hitting actually in the 6th spot for the Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, I love Hembo. Hembo always does a great job breaking it down. And listen, Castellanos, I mean, I love when people say, like, oh, he threw somebody out that night or something like that, right? Like, he made a nice throw from right field. He covers no ground in right field, 0. And Hembo just kind of told you that. Defensive run saves in the negatives. I mean, that's how bad he is in right field. It's been a rough year for Castellanos. We talked about it last week.
There was a report today. There's a report today, by the way, from Bob Nightingale, who said the Phillies are going to be, quote, much more aggressive trying to trade Castellanos this offseason. They are now willing to basically pay off the $20 million to get rid of him.
And we had talked about that last week. Are they going to be willing? And with that report coming out, it seems like they are. I mean, it's just deteriorating throughout the season, the whole relationship.
Well, what did you think about what Kepler said over the weekend? He said, I had to put my ego at the door. It's funny because I wrote that article way back at the beginning of the season, and I had predictions for the season. One prediction was that Aiden Miller might be a factor this year if Trea Turner got hurt for the long term. I thought, if it's a week or so, Sosa just fills in. But if it was a long-term injury, don't be surprised if Miller takes that spot. So that's something that the Phillies might be looking at right now. Yeah. The other thing that I said is by the end of the season, Max Kepler will become a fan favorite. I know earlier in the year he was public enemy number 1. Is he becoming a fan favorite?
Fan favorite strong. Fan favorite strong. He's been playing good baseball.
I don't know if fan. Let me see the word. Let me see the words. The way that I described that. I don't know if it was fan favorite. I don't know if it was fan favorite that I said, but that he might be become a popular guy.
Fan favorite's a strong word. He's been playing good baseball. I will eat my words from earlier in the year. He's been playing well. Been playing well as of late.
Do is produce.
It's all he asks. It's all he asks for him to produce.
It's not only that he produced, though. He said this. He's like, I said some things earlier. I was frustrated. He said, but I had to basically check my ego at the door. And he said, we're all in this to win. You know, like we had to have he said, I had to have a tough conversation with all of these guys. He said that he was kind of the catalyst of that and that they all are on the same page. Now, he's saying that. He might just be saying that. But he said, I had to check my ego at the door. I wasn't happy. But has he, and after he had that little moment, where, he said, that their language is booing or whatever.
That was the turning point.
That was the turning point.
Yeah.
He said, it's funny. I remember this because I was in Portugal
me
when
and
this happened.
Earnshaw were doing the show,
And I'm getting text messages of, like, this is cringeworthy. And I said, this isn't cringeworthy. This is the best interview this guy could have given. Like, this, I think, won people over. I thought that interview won people over.
Yeah, he's turned it around. I mean, that to say the least, he is hit much better. He's batting around, I think, like 216-ish. Around there, he was batting 200 just like a month ago. So,
well, I have his numbers.
Better.
His numbers as a left fielder versus right field are like night and day.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was a right fielder with the Twins for most of the time there. So, I mean, that's his natural spot.
In his post-game interview over the weekend.
Yeah, it's his natural spot.
Right field.
Yeah,
so
I saw somebody post his. Oh, here we are. So Max Kepler's stats when he has played left field, he is 194 with a 289 on base percentage and a 351 slug. When he plays right field, he's hitting 354 with a 397 on base percentage, a 600 slug, 4 homers, 16 RBIs, and 65 at bats. So it seems that he is much more comfortable playing right field than he is playing left field.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's something that the Phillies are saying, you know what? He's just going to be the right fielder now.
Yeah, I mean, it's where you're at right now with Max Kepler and the Castellanos situation. But the Phillies, ragtag lineup tonight, all right, with all the injuries, all the commotion up and down from AAA, the whole thing. We only got through one nugget. I'll get one more nugget in before I go. And, speaking of putting your ego aside, PG needs to put his ego aside with Red Zone, okay? He needs to put it to the side right now. Nugget number 2, by the way, Mike, I sat there for 7 hours and watched Red Zone yesterday. I know you never do that. I did it the whole entire day, and it was great. I got great action. I saw every game and got a good feel of every game.
I hope that you also got some Wingstop and went to Lowe's.
Oh, my God. It was 1 minute. First of all, if you watch Red Zone, you barely noticed the commercials. They were minuscule. You know why people are so upset is because Scott Hansen can't say the intro line anymore. 7 hours of commercial-free football. He can't say that. That's what people are mad at. It's one line.
60 seconds more commercials than there have ever been.
Oh, you knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen, Pete. Come on.
Why do it? Why, if it's so minuscule?
But then you go out and buy Sunday ticket. Which is a huge price.
That's what I did.
That's right.
Makes no sense.
If it's 60 seconds this year, what's it going to be like 5 years from now?
Oh, my God. Listen, I understand.
I'm sticking up for the next generation of Red Zone watchers.
Listen, I understand. It's frustrating. I don't want to see a commercial either, but it was so minuscule, barely noticeable. I mean, it was 2 commercials in 7 hours.
Why do they have to do it?
Because, look, now we're talking about it. We're the 2 dummies talking about it.
Well, I said earlier, like, I watch NFL Game Day.
During the game, I mean, they do like a little bit of a back if it's not Red Zone.
You might be the only person who watches Game Day.
Yeah, but my point is I don't need the Red Zone. I have NFL Game Day because I'm watching. So on television, I watched Lions-Packers yesterday. That was the game I had on my main TV. And then on the second TV, I had NFL Game Day Sunday.
It's great. I saw like every game yesterday. It was just awesome. Back and forth.
No, you
all the
saw
scores.
clips of every play.
No. They do sustained drives a lot, and then they go quad box. They go triple box, double box. Come on, Gil. It's awesome. I get a feel of every single game.
You don't, because I've watched the Red Zone before, and there's a reason why I don't watch it anymore, because you don't get enough. And that's why when I listen to takes from people who watch the Red Zone, I know that I can't listen to them.
It's a good. I love it.
You're not getting the full.
Right, you're getting
game.
10-second highlights.
It's not 10 seconds though. It's not. It's They do sustained drives. They were on that Jet Pittsburgh game for a while.
Yeah, I've seen
the whole
Hansen
point.
before. All right, we're going to take you out to. Let's go to this Pittsburgh game over here. Oh, we dropped the pass. All right, we're going over to Baltimore over here. Yeah, I'm out.
It's great. It's awesome. Love it. Love it.
That's the Nuggets today. They're brought to you by
Go get some
the
Wingstop
Hub,
there,
gear
Earnshaw,
that
okay?
works as hard as you do.
All right, guys.
Earnshaw?
Peace.
So we had a busy weekend. We were doing a bunch of stuff this weekend, and I saw Earnshaw Saturday. We hung out a lot of the day Saturday. What do you think of the Philly tuxedo he went with? He had the baby blue and maroon Phillies jersey with the Kelly Green Eagles hat.
That's very confusing. I guess 'tis the season, though.
He said the Philly tuxedo. Yeah.
'Tis the season.
Anybody in on that look? Let us know. 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up. But first, I need caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered to win a trip to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium this year. It is a bus trip for 2. You get a transportation to the game, transportation, 2 tickets, and a awesome tailgate party. You must be present to win at Maynard's Cafe in Margate on Wednesday, September the 24th. One lucky listener will be selected at random, and you will jump on the bus for 2 to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles and the Giants game on October the 9th. It includes transportation, tickets, and tailgate. Caller 7. Good luck. All right, congratulations to Pat and Swayton. Pat, you are a qualifier. You have a chance to win tickets to go see the Eagles play the Giants. We're going to be at Maynard's on Wednesday the 24th, where one lucky listener will score a bus trip for two to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles-Giants game on October 9th. It's a Thursday night football game. The winner will get transportation to and from MetLife Stadium, 2 tickets to the game, and you will have a huge tailgate party. That's all thanks to our friends at Maynard's in Margate. We're going to be there, Peachy. We're going to be back at Maynard's. We were there opening. Were you there opening day with us?
I was not. Nope.
That was it Nicky Earnshaw?
Nuggets.
Nuggets.
Okay. Well, we're going to be there Wednesday the 24th, giving away that trip. Big trip. Bus trip. Heading up there to go see the Eagles take on the Giants. And right now,
hopefully Jackson Dart will be starting by then.
Could be his first game. I mean, maybe
It's
like
true.
somewhere in that's the first October game. Maybe they give Russell Wilson the first couple of games there. Thursday Night Football, it's a big game there for Eagles, Giants, NFC East. Always love those NFC East. So we'll give you some more details on that. And then, of course, each hour you have a chance to listen for the sounder and then listen for your other chance through the text board. We had a ton of people getting in through the text board earlier in the show. So throughout the show, we might just randomly throw out there to text in, and we'll take those fastest 3 text messages each day here on the Sports Bash. So Pat and Swayton was our qualifier there, all right?
I just got to tell you guys, Pat is very, very excited to be a qualifier. He also won delineates from downtown Swayton.
Downtown Swayton. All right.
You guys are not, PG, do you know that reference? Because Gil's an Atlantic County guy. So.
Swayton, no.
All right, it's kind of like a K-May County.
PG's an Ocean City guy. That's
Yeah.
not really even K-May County.
That shouldn't even be K-May County.
Well, K-May County, it's a joke because Swayton and a lot of those towns are like 3 miles long around Route 9, and they just end. You know, it's like your Ocean Views, your Swaytons, like all the Claremont. Like, it's like a joke. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm in Uptown. I'm in downtown. It's like,
So
oh, yeah,
was
you're
I
a mile apart.
I was in Ocean View Saturday. Was I in Swayton?
No. You were not in Swayton. That's Ocean View. That's very different, apparently.
Well, you just mentioned Ocean View, so I
Well,
don't
they're all
know.
on a line.
Gotcha.
You just drive down Route 9, just see the sign like, welcome to Ocean View, welcome to Swayton, welcome to Claremont. You're like, if you don't know better, you're like, there are towns down here? What?
Yeah, it is a very unique area of the way that it's kind of cut out down that way. But, all right, well, we got a lot of news today. Let's get to the news, Josh. A lot of talk. We have the audio from the Philly Show podcast that we're going to kind of react to because there's a lot here. We now have some of the answers to some of these good questions, but Ruben Amaro Jr., Jim Salisbury, Todd Zalecki from the Philly Show podcast, they broke down. Now, there's a lot of people talk about this Trea Turner thing, the injury. It's a grade 1 hamstring strain. So he had one of these back when he was with, I guess, Washington in 2017.
Yeah.
Rob Thompson also told reporters today that in 2022, Edmundo Sosa had one, and that what was the date? So the time that he missed was he went on the injured list on September the 16th. He was back for the wild card round against St. Louis on October the 6th. So that would be a little bit more time, or that would be a little bit less time than right now. Turner would have more time than Sosa had. So you're hoping that maybe you can get back for the last week of the season, but
Right. You can't just get injured and then come right back and get thrown into the playoffs, can you? Don't you have to rehab the injury at some point?
Well, that's the working theory. But again, I mean, it's a soft tissue injury. I mean, who knows how this recovery is going to go? I mean, sure, it's the quote-unquote best-case scenario, but I mean, guys, shouldn't we still be concerned that, this is not like, spraining your ankle over here?
this is, I was going to say, this is probably worse. Because once you sprain the ankle, here's the thing I always like. When people say you're injury prone, when you sprain your ankle, you're not injury prone. You sprained your ankle. Like you probably turned it. And then once you're back from that, you're back.
Right.
The problem with the hamstring injury is when you've had one, you're susceptible to keep getting them. I mean, Dave Klemick, who, you hear a lot in the locker room and with hanging with Henning, poor guy has just been crippled with hamstring problems.
Right.
You know, the guy was the fastest guy you could ever find, but you can't. And Dave will tell you, I had a hamstring injury one time in my life, and ever since that injury, the hardest part is the mental part of letting it fly and saying, I'm just going to run as fast as I can. Because let me tell you something. Anybody who's had hamstring problems, you know that feeling. It feels like you got shot. Like someone took a gun and shot you in your hamstring. And from that point forward, you are afraid to just sprint at your at 100%,
right?
Because you're constantly waiting for that hamstring to go on you, and it is not a good feeling.
And that's why Jim Salisbury this morning on the Philly Show podcast explained his concerns about Turner with this injury.
The thing that really concerns me is even before we hear the severity of it, when he came back from a similar injury last year, he just wasn't the same guy. Never looked like he was full throttle the rest of the way. Always looked like he didn't trust it. And, you know, that's a problem for a legs player. Even if he's deemed healthy enough to play, does he feel confident and comfortable enough letting it all out at a time of year when you have to let it all out, coming down the stretch here as October comes?
Yeah, I mean, and I just talked about Clemic, who was a wide receiver. You know, he played college at Northeastern, and then he played with the Chiefs.
Well, that brings up A.J. Brown. He had the hammy last year. He missed games.
Correct.
This training camp, it popped back up.
Whenever I hear hamstring, I do not feel optimistic about you being able to let it fly. Now, this year, we started to see Turner kind of start to steal bases again. He was 30 for 30. He has stolen 30 straight stolen bases without getting thrown out. So, obviously, he kind of got past it a little bit, but how long did it take him to get back to that, to being that guy, to where you're not thinking about it? And then you saw the second it happened to him, he didn't even want to try. He didn't even want to try to stay in that game. He said, I felt it grab, and I am not trying.
Exactly.
I'm taking myself out of this game. And I'm telling you, I had to be, probably in my late 30s. And at that point, you're like, I can still run with these kids, right? And I'm telling some of the kids on my team, like, I'd race them. And we're all lined up on the line, which I've done for years, race the kids on the team. And I got about 4 steps, and it felt like someone shot me. And I said, I am never trying that again, because it was the worst. I'm telling you, it
and
was.
You haven't tried it since.
Shall I assume you didn't stretch before you tried this?
No, of course not. But I was never a stretcher to begin with. Even all throughout.
But see,
that's
the whole problem. Is as you get older, your muscles are less elastic, so you have to warm them up. You have to stretch them.
I get that. I'm not saying I'm in the right. You're trying to say this is something like that nobody. Of course, everybody knows you should be stretching, but I was never like a stretcher guy. Like a stretcher. I just took off and ran. So you're still taking for granted that you can do this until you can't. And even though you should stretch and you don't, doesn't mean I'm going to now stretch and try to run like that.
But,
you know why? Because I do not want to feel that. I
pull.
do not want to feel that pull that I felt ever again.
Do you think if you did stretch beforehand, you wouldn't have pulled your hamstring?
Doubtful.
Okay.
Well, listen back to Trea Turner and now Mike Gill's hamstring. Ruben Amaro Jr. did talk about in the Philly Show podcast. He says that he thinks this is as big a blow to the Phillies as the Phillies losing Zach Wheeler. Take a listen.
He has been in such a great rhythm. The fact that you may not get the same sort of player when he comes back, because number one, that speed factor may be a real issue. May not be able to, run the bases the way he has been running them. He may not have the same rhythm at the plate that he's had, because he's been phenomenal. Everything about this is not good. I'm not trying to go gloom and doom, but the reality of it is this. The man's hurt. You're hopeful that he comes back and plays, but he's been playing on levels defensively and offensively so high that it's going to be a big blow to the team.
Yeah. His point is, even if he comes back, he's likely not going to be the same player, and that's the big problem. Here's something that we're not really talking a whole heck of a lot about, because Bohm has a cyst on his shoulder. That's a painful thing, and quite frankly, I'm not sure. Like, they're saying he could be back in like 10 days, but sometimes you need to get that thing surgically removed. Like, that's one of those things where I knew somebody who had a cyst on their shoulder. Man, and it was very painful. Now, they're saying they think he's going to be back in 10 days. That's another one that I'm like, really? But maybe I'm wrong.
And that's why getting this top 2 seed is the utmost importance now.
Well, now it looked like
Now
it
you
could have
pretty
been a
much
fait
have to.
accompli that you can hold these guys off. But with this lineup, is there a possibility you get swept by the Mets? You haven't played well against the Mets. Is there a possibility that the Dodgers out there in L.A. take care of you, win 2 out of 3, or you play Arizona out there on the road? I mean, this lineup is challenging to try to score some runs with here. You got.
Not to mention Nola's on the mound tonight.
That's right. And this kid, McLean, shut you out the last time you faced him.
And Walker yesterday, he did not. I mean, he gave up those 4 earned runs in the first inning. But he did settle down.
What else we got?
By the way, I'm looking it up. So there's 3 different players who have had this cyst on the shoulder that I can find. To your question, Mike, one of them was Carlos Gomez in 2017. Another one was Vernon Wells in 2007. And the third is the pitcher Joe Kelly. He had it during COVID in 2020.
So it's not a lot of guys. Cole and LBI says if Bohm has a cyst on his shoulder, I bet he needs extremely minor surgery to remove it. He might try to play through the pain, but cysts don't just go away. They get removed. That's what I was thinking. I'm
correct. You have to remove it. So that's what Gomez, Wells, and Kelly all had. They all had to have surgery because apparently if you leave it there, it actually causes more damage.
Well, so you probably remember years ago when we used to do the show with Hunter Brody.
Yes.
And I used to talk about the Dr. Pimple Popper.
Yes.
So one of the things was, and Dr. Pimple Popper was, people would go to her and they would have these huge cysts on their shoulders, and she would have to cut in there and dig that thing out of there. It was disgusting. Now, I don't know what the size of his is, but it's almost like a little marble or something. Like, it like sticks out of your arm. Like,
right.
And people were like, a very painful situation.
Well, it's also the fact that the other part of the reason, because I'm reading some articles, so like Joe Kelly's situation, they had to remove it from his shoulder because he was basically going to get an infection from it. So apparently this is something that once it's there on your shoulder, it's like, all right, boys, this has to get done.
Yeah, and I guess he was playing with it the last couple of days or whatever, the week or so, and said, like, this is starting to get painful whenever I'm swinging the bat.
Now, I will say, Joe Kelly, after he had the surgery, the rest of his career pretty much was a roller coaster up and down statistically. One year he had a 2.86 ERA, next year he had a 6 ERA, next year he had a 4. But Vernon Wells did actually get better after he had his surgery because before he had the procedure, he had a 245 batting average, and the next year he had a 300 batting average with 20 homers. So
see, this is a twofold here, though. Losing Bohm, I think offensively people would just kind of yawn at, like, okay. But playing Otto Kemp at third base is not optimal.
No.
He was not good over there. And I know Bohm has had his problems through the years, but he has gotten way better at third base.
Correct.
Kemp is not a good third baseman. Like, it's one thing if you could just play Sosa over there. But the fact that you need Sosa to play shortstop right now really adds to all this, problem of – defensively, you got a problem over at third base right now. Not to mention Kemp's hitting ninth, and he doesn't add all that much offense to this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be your infield for the next 10 days, right? I mean, Kemp's going to be playing every day at third base, and Sosa's at short.
I would think so. I mean, unless they...
Well, Stott's took reps at shortstop today, so there's a possibility they might slide Stott over there for some reason.
I don't really see
Sosa's
that happening.
best position, I know he's a utility guy, but his best position is short.
Correct.
And Stott is not a great shortstop. He was an average shortstop. He's a very good second baseman, Stott. But
Right.
Sosa is a fine shortstop. They don't need to play, but I guess they had to put somebody there because they don't have anybody else.
By the way, according to a Baseball Reference, did you know that Alec Bohm actually had the third best range factor among all third basemen in the National League last year? That gives you an idea that this guy went from being somebody you can't trust to being somebody that at least you think is reliable.
Well, he is 6'5", so he can kind of cover a little bit more ground.
He has the second best fielding percentage among all third basemen this season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, somebody texted in, play Stott. Well, there's no reason to play Stott at shortstop. He's not a good shortstop. Like, you have Sosa. Why would you play Stott at shortstop?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing would be if he needed a day off, they don't really have another shortstop. I guess this guy, Walton, that they called up can play shortstop.
Correct, yeah. He's a guy who's played for teams like the Mariners and stuff.
You would think, though, at this stage of the season with what their team is, that, sorry, buddy, you don't get a day off. There's only 3 weeks left. So Sosa gets enough days off during the course of the year. The problem is if you expose Sosa too much, that starts to become a problem. The difference here is they don't really have another option unless they got really creative here. Now, here's something I want to ask. I don't know if you guys know the answer to this. They always talk about you have to be on the roster by August 31st to be on the postseason roster, correct?
Right. Barring an injury.
Barring an injury, because I was going to say, 2 years ago, Kerkering came up and only pitched in 4 games and then made the postseason roster.
But he was an injury call-up, that's why. He was replacing somebody for an injury. That's kind of like your loophole.
Okay, so that could happen here. If you called Aiden Miller up as the replacement for Turner,
right,
then he would be eligible to be on the postseason roster.
And that was part of the conversation they had on the Philly Show podcast this morning with Salisbury and Amaro. They disagree on this Aiden Miller topic. Take a listen.
I want to hear this.
No, I feel like it's a total long shot. Right. Very reluctant to throw him into that cauldron.
I think he's a gamer. I don't think he'd scare. It was a little bit like bringing Kevin Stocker to the big leagues. Now, he was in AAA, and he was more of a glove, more of a very, very advanced glove. Obviously, a little different situation, but they did bring a young man to the big leagues when he started to get hot a little bit in Lehigh. It wasn't Lehigh Valley, Scranton, because I was his teammate. I watched him start to progress, and then all of a sudden he was in the big leagues for the 1993 team and making plays and hitting 300. To me, it's whether or not they feel that he can make the routine play and make the adjustments at the major league level at the position.
Okay, so I really like that conversation. You have Ruben Amaro, who was a general manager, and he's saying, as a GM, I'm not worried about him. He's a competitor.
He's a gamer, you call him.
He's a gamer. And this is where I would call Miller up and give him a shot. Like, I have no problem giving him a shot and saying, come on up here. If, as Amaro said, I agree with what he said, if he can handle playing shortstop. I don't care about his hitting.
Right.
Right? It's not his bat. It's can you play shortstop? Because the other thing that he does that would add to this team and then potentially give you a guy that can help you in the playoffs. If you call him up and all of a sudden he can steal a base.
Mike, 53 stolen bases this year in the minor leagues.
I was going to say, he's got over 50 stolen bases right now at the Double-A level. He's one of the only players in the Phillies to steal 50 bases at that level. He can steal a base for you. So you're talking about Turner. You're losing that with Turner. You could potentially get a guy who can, and I think Amaro said it, can he play shortstop to the level of a major league shortstop?
Right.
And I would imagine the kid can. Is he better than Sosa at shortstop?
Well,
maybe not. But it would allow Sosa to play third base with Bohm out and then still platoon at second base so that Stott is not facing Minaya and Peterson next week. This is the time where I say, you know what? Look what the Mets are doing. You know why? Because like tonight, Nolan McLean is pitching for the Mets. I'm sure that Aiden Miller has probably faced Nolan McLean this year more than anybody else has. I don't know that he's pitched. I don't know that McLean was in Double-A though. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like Nolan McLean is some veteran guy who's going to, these guys are young kids too. This is the time to say, hey, take a shot.
And that's the kind of the point that Todd Zalecki is bringing up, because he feels like bringing up Miller is less about Miller than it is about Stott and Sosa. This is from the Philly Show podcast this morning.
And another reason why I would consider it is The second base platoon of Sosa and Stott has been so good. I bring him up. I hit him ninth. I say, listen, just go out and catch the ball. Don't worry about your offense. We got 8 studs and hit in front of you. Just go out and catch the ball. If you contribute offensively, great. We just need you to go out and catch the ball because Stott he's been much improved. His righty lefty splits are pronounced.
100%. That's the whole point I used to make with Rojas, by the way, which was just bat ninth and play great center field. And if you got on base by accident, that's gravy. And by the way, Rojas used to get on base by accident. He had like a 340 on base that first year, and the Phillies, batted him ninth and played center field, and he played great center field defense. That's exactly what you're basically saying. Can Miller be what Rojas was a couple of years ago? Now, I will say this. Nolan McLean did pitch in Double-A this year. 5 games. He had a 1.37 ERA. So he is 23 years old. He is a little older than Miller is, but he was at Double-A this year.
2 years older.
Miller's 21.
Yes.
So I don't think it's crazy to say, well, the Mets are throwing a kid 23 years old. Why can't we bring up a guy 21? They could face like this isn't craziness here, right?
Especially and add Donovan Walton into the mix. I mean, who would you rather have up here,
Yeah.
Walton or Aiden Miller?
Listen, I will always say this. I will take the shot with the guy who has the highest ceiling. If my other option is Walton, I know I'm not winning with Walton. But not that Walton's going to play, I would imagine. But my point is, I will always take the shot with the better talent rather than just the safe guy. Because can I win the World Series with Edmundo Sosa playing shortstop? Probably not. Probably not. But if Aiden Miller, who is my number 2 prospect in my organization, turns out to be what I think he is and he does it right away, maybe the team actually finds a player that is ready for the moment. And that's what I'm looking for. We'll continue the conversation more from the Philly Show podcast. You'll hear what the guys had to say about this whole Turner mess, the injury, updates on that, and more. The Phillies lineup tonight is very interesting. Bryce Harper hitting leadoff tonight. We'll have the full lineup for you and more coming up on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's going on, everybody? Mike Gill with you till the top of the hour. Sports Bash live here at Fanatic Sportsbook. We'll have another chance for you to qualify to win tickets to see the Eagles play at MetLife Stadium, a deluxe motor coach bus transportation traveling with Birds fans. By the way, there's bathrooms on board the bus, so you don't have to worry about that.
Clutch.
You'll get game tickets, drinks for the way down, plenty of tailgate time when they get there, plenty of drinks. Hoagies, macaroni salad, potato salads, fresh soft pretzels, live DJ for the tailgate, and Eagles Giants. So listen for that sounder to go off for your chance to enter right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Been a busy day today for those of you just tuning in. The big news today, Trea Turner, he's going to the injured list. That we know. He has a grade 1 hamstring problem. So he's probably going to be out at least, I would say, minimum 2 weeks, right? Anybody feel more comfortable that he's going to be back in the 10 days? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so either. I think
Not
he's
at
going to be that West Coast trip next week we're talking about. I don't think he's going to travel out there. Hopefully we'll get him back the last week of the regular season.
Real quick, how many people out there think that the Phillies should call up Aiden Miller? Are you guys on board with that or not?
For me, I think the Phillies have a plan for Aiden Miller, and they're sticking to it, and they're not going to let anything deviate.
They did promote him to AAA yesterday.
They did.
I hate that answer from you, Pete, because they had a plan for an injured Painter, too. That didn't work out.
Well, this is what the organization does, though. I mean, this is their stance on their development of their youth, right?
I would say that I have zero issue calling him up. Zero.
Only because of the Trea Turner injury.
If it were me, he'd be up here and in the lineup tonight.
This is all due to the Trea Turner injury.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him up if I wrote about this at 97.3ESPN.com back at the beginning of the season. I'll bring the article up and I'll read what I actually wrote. But I remember having the conversation. We were actually at Maynard's that day. It was opening day, and I said my predictions for the season. One was Andrew Painter would be a factor. That has not happened. I was wrong there. Number 2 was that Kirkering and Romano would make the All-Star game. That was way off base.
Oh, man, jeez.
Can't win them all, buddy.
Really off base on that one. I figured Romano had the injury last year and would bounce back to his all-star form.
He bounced back, all right.
That never happened.
He bounced somewhere, just out of bounds.
I was wrong on that one. One of them was that Max Kepler would become I don't know what the word was. I got to find the wording on that. I don't know if it was fan favorite or popular guy, but that Phillies fans would like this guy. Because he was a well-liked guy with the Twins.
Right.
Yes.
No, I mean, and you're probably right about it. Took him, 4 months to get there, but I think you're probably right on that.
He's coming around, I think, to people. I definitely think he's coming around to people, but and then one of them was that if Trea Turner ended up getting hurt and it was an extended period of time,
right,
that instead of playing Sosa, I would play that Miller would be called up and that he would be the guy so that you can keep Sosa in the role that he's in, which right now is a big role, right? He's the platoon player, and as you heard, I think it was Todd Zalecki was saying, is the platoon at second base has gone so well. When Sosa gets his chances, he has come through big time for them, but they don't overexpose him. So he's getting just enough playing time. And now that Stott is holding up his end of the bargain, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Stott has turned it around.
Yes, recently.
Ever since he changed his grip on the bat, they said. He changed how he's holding the bat, and he's basically been hitting, 282 over the last 3 weeks. Let me pull it up, but he's hitting a ton of a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, ever since he has kind of come around, now you have both guys doing what a platoon's supposed to do. They're both, the left-handed hitters hitting right-handed pitching, the right-handed hitters hitting left-handed pitching. You're getting production out of both of those guys. So if it were me, I would have zero problem calling Aiden Miller up here people are like, I don't put him in the middle of a pennant race. You heard what Amaro said. The guy's a gamer, right? Now, if he comes up here and he struggles, like, okay. But at least I went down with my more talented player. I'm not going out there trying to go to a playoff series with, what's the guy's name?
Donovan Walton.
Donovan Walton, for God's sakes.
By the way, Bryson Stott, since August 1st, has a 312 batting average with a 383 on base percentage.
Okay. So that plays, right? We're okay with that.
Yeah, love it.
So the second base platoon is working. Let's not
Mess with it.
mess with that. Let's not mess with that thing. Let's say, you know what? I got this kid. I just called him up to AAA. And there's been times where guys have gone right from Rojas did, by the way. And do you remember?
They skip AAA. They go from AA to majors.
Yeah. Do you remember Rojas came from AA to the majors? Go look at his numbers that year. In 2022, bring up Rojas's numbers. He went from AA right to the majors. And it came out of right field. There was an injury. I think there was an injury. That's why they had to call him up, right?
Right.
And nobody even heard of Rojas, right? And he gets thrown into the lineup. And what were his numbers in 2022?
2023. So Rojas.
2023. Sorry, not the year they went to the World Series, the next year.
Yeah, so a double A, he was hitting 306 that year. He came up to the major leagues, hit 302.
He hit 302. His on base percentage was what, like 340?
342.
342. So that's not act like. And what was? How old was he in 2023?
22 years old.
Okay, so he's 1 year older than
Aiden Miller.
Aiden Miller. So you think that Johan Rojas in 2023 could handle the situation and Aiden Miller could not?
Well, then it goes back to Pete's question. I asked about how, like, Pete mentioned, well, they have a plan for Aiden Miller. Well, at what point do we need to scrap the plans and just do what it takes to win?
Well, they have a plan for Aiden Miller. They have a plan for Justin Crawford. They have
Andrew
a plan
Painter.
for Andrew Painter. So
when do these plans actually come to fruition, guys?
I mean, this is their organizational philosophy of how they handle these guys.
Well, where's all the great prospects they've brought up?
It seems like they like to do things in steps, right?
That's great.
We're
but
going to see how Aiden Miller handles AAA. We promoted him from AA. We're going to see how he handles AAA, and then we'll go from there.
Well, that sounds great in theory, but the reality is that outside of calling up Mick Abel and getting Yohan Duran out of him, who's the great bunch of prospects that their development plan has created?
I think, though, the Rojas thing is the precedent. You called a guy up from AA and put him right to the majors, and he hit 302 with a 340 on base percentage, but you weren't expecting him to hit 302 with a 340 on base percentage. When the Phillies called him up, they wanted a guy to catch the ball in center field. So my point on this would be, this is all predicated on, can Aiden Miller handle playing big league shortstop? And there has been questions about him as a shortstop moving forward, but everything that I have been told is that he has really cleared up those conversations to the point where now they're seeing him as a shortstop. And what does that mean for Trea Turner moving forward?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Is that most of the people have decided, yes, this kid can play big league shortstop. And by the way, I saw him play in spring training, and he was outstanding as shortstop. So the big thing, too, is what? We talked about this last segment. He can run. He played has stolen 52 bases this
53,
year.
yeah.
So he is giving you the element that Trea Turner was so good at this year. You're not asking the guy to come up here and pop 20 home runs. You know, you're not asking him to be a power guy.
Right.
You're saying, hey, can you get on base, and can you steal a base, and can you play shortstop? And probably bat in the 9-hole. To me, if they get off to a slow start offensively this week against the Mets, and he's at AAA and he gets off to a hot start, I wouldn't be surprised if they did something there.
That would be shocking.
Let me give you a couple quick things on the Mets. Noah McLean, 24 years old. Brandon Spurot, 24 years old. Jonah Tung, 22 years old. That's three guys that they called up in the last month One of them just came up for his first start
this weekend.
On Sunday, he pitched yesterday. He is their top prospect. Jonah Tong pitched last week. He is 22 years old. And they threw those guys right into the mix, right into the fire, right?
Yeah. And they were like, look, we need you. Come on, let's go. You know, if you're the guy, come out and prove it. And I don't understand why the Mets are willing to do that. And as Pete put it, the Phillies have a plan. Well, the Mets don't have a plan. The Mets are just trying to survive and advance.
Well, the Mets have no choice. Like, by the way, the Mets they optioned Senga to AAA.
Right. Yeah, and he accepted the motion, by the way.
Exactly. They said, we have 3 pitchers who are younger, and they're better than the guys that we have right now.
Yes.
So we're going with them. By the way, the other guy who's been a big factor in the
for the Mets?
No, in for Boston, Anthony.
Oh, Roman Anthony.
Right, Roman Anthony.
He just went down with injury, though.
I know he got hurt, but I'm saying they called him up in basically the middle of a pennant race here, and he was a guy. Now, did Anthony go from Double-A or was he? He
was at Triple-A.
Okay, but
he's also a young guy, though.
I was going to say Roman Anthony is
21 years old.
21 years old. So he's a 21-year-old kid that they said, "Listen, you're the best guy we got. Come on up here."
292 batting average.
Right.
396 on base.
And he struggled when he first came up this season. He struggled.
He was like, what was it, 0 for 8 or 0 for 10 or whatever to start, but he found his footing.
Yeah, right.
The A's called up Nick Kurtz. He is 22 years old.
He had 4 home runs in a game.
Yeah, he is 20, but I mean, he hit 4 home runs in the game, but the dude is ripping it this year. He's hit 304 with 29 homers, and they called him up this year at 22 years old. Look, if Aiden Miller can play and he's the best guy you got, I think you got to do it.
Especially,
I think you're that desperate.
Especially if you didn't trade Aiden Miller in July, right? I mean, if you kept him past July 31st, you're not going to use him. You're just going to keep him in AAA. And same thing goes for Justin Crawford, and I know he's injured now and whatever, but you didn't trade any of these guys. You could have picked up Suarez at the deadline and maybe some Quan from the Guardians, but they didn't choose to do that.
Our poll question: if Trea Turner misses time, who should the Phillies hit leadoff? Well, 43% of you thought Schwarber was the guy. 28% said Bader. 20% said Stott, and 8% said the guy who actually got put in the leadoff spot, and that is Bryce Harper. Harper is hitting leadoff tonight for the Phillies, and they are going to try Bryce Harper. Is this the long-term thing? Is this, until Turner's back?
Is this going to be a 4-game? We're going to bat him leadoff here for the next 4 games?
Well, I will say this. This would be interesting, okay, because Turner's had a great season hitting leadoff, right? What if Harper just all of a sudden takes off hitting leadoff, and he's just an on-base maven and just having an awesome? You could essentially go Harper, Turner, Schwarber. You could split the 2 lefties and put Turner back in the 2-hole. You would have Schwarber in the 3-hole.
We do know Topper likes to split those lefties.
So you could essentially do what you were doing with Schwarber as the leadoff, but just replacing Schwarber with the leadoff and flip-flopping Harper and Schwarber from where they've been in the past. Because Schwarber hit leadoff and Harper hit third. Now you could go Harper leadoff, Schwarber third.
And Harper's got to get going. And, Harper's Mr. Clutch, right? We'll see him in the postseason. Everything will be fine. But he's got to get going, right?
I think that it would behoove him, especially with Turner out, that if he got on one of those carry me, get on my back and carry us type of thing. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the live video each and every day on our website, on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Check us out at Mike Gill Show at 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, we'll wrap up the show and another chance for you to qualify for that trip to go see the Eagles play the Giants at MetLife Stadium. Listen for the sounder here on the Sports Bash. All right, getting ready to get out of here. We're live at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Don't forget that sounder is going to go off one more time when you hear it. Be the 7th caller at 609-573-3776. I'm Mike Hill. The Sports Bash is live every Monday at the Fanatic Sportsbook. We'll be here next Monday. We're going to be busy. We're going to be out and about a whole lot. We'll give you more details coming up tomorrow on the show, where and you can find us, because I think we are literally going to be out 8 times in the next 10 days or something like that, or starting next week. 8 times in 10 days we will be out and about. By the way, Phillies made a bunch of moves today prior to tonight's game against the Mets. Phillies have placed Trea Turner on the 10-day injured list with a right hamstring strain, grade 1. Alec Boehm placed on the injured list as well. He has a left shoulder inflammation. They're saying it's a cyst. Otto Kemp was called up from Lehigh Valley. He's playing third base tonight and batting 9th. Infielder Donovan Walton is up here as well, and he's kind of like a super utility. He can play outfield, second base, shortstop. I believe he hits left-handed as well, so I think he's kind of like a left-handed utility player. So I guess if Sosa needs a day off at shortstop, Walton could go over there. Also, pitcher Daniel Robert has been transferred to the 60-day injured list, so he is out for the rest of the season as well. There you go.
Are you interested in this game tonight? Bears,
yes, I am.
Vikings?
I am.
All right.
I'm very interested in the game. And by the way, you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. I am interested in that game. By the way, I did find the article. These were my predictions. 1, Andrew Painter will be a factor this season. That was wrong. Trade deadline. The Phillies lineup has been streaky. My guess is that Dave Dombrowski will give this group a trade deadline, and if there's a glaring issue, he'll shake things up. Kind of happened. They brought in Bader. They went and got Duran. Number 3, I was way off on this one. Romano and Kirkering will be all-stars.
That's great.
Number 4, Aiden Miller or Justin Crawford will appear this season. I said both of these young players made an impression this spring, but I think we will see one of them at some point. If there's an injury in the outfield, Crawford could be a candidate to get the call if he shows he's ready. Miller's path is a bit more difficult. He would likely need multiple injuries to find a way up. But if Turner was out for a long period of time, the team could call off Miller and keep Sosa in his super utility role. That one is there. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Also, I wrote surprise. Newcomer Max Kepler will become a fan favorite. That was the word I used, fan favorite there, PJ. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We will talk to everybody tomorrow. But before we get out of here, I need caller 7 right now. It's 609-573-3776. The Sports Bash will be on the road live at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th, where one lucky listener, and it could be caller 7 at 609-573-3776, will score a bus trip for 2 to MetLife Stadium to see the Eagles-Giants game on October the 9th, Thursday Night Football at MetLife. The winner will get transportation to and from the game, a pair of tickets, and a full tailgate party with plenty of drinks, sandwiches, macaroni salad, potato salad, soft pretzels, a live DJ, drinks for the way back. It's all thanks to our friends at Maynard's of Margate. You must be present to win. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. I'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody.